Buongiorno, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the University of Arkansas Rome Center. My name is Francesco Bedeschi, and I serve as the resident director of the program, and I'm here to officially welcome you to our facility and to basically express my gratitude to these three colleagues, our colleague Consuelo Lollobrigida and Francesca Riccardo from the University of Arkansas Rome Center, and our new friend and colleague Shelley Roth from the University of Texas in Austin, San Antonio, sorry, I got confused, who promoted this initiative that is happens in a sort of continuum with the IWAC conference that Consuelo, together with other colleagues, started a couple of years ago. And so I'm very happy to see that we're building momentum around this initiative. And in this specific instance, the topic is particularly interesting also to me as an architect. So just a few words about the program. The university has been in Rome for more than 30 years. This program was started in the late 80s as part of the School of Architecture. So obviously we are deeply connected to the discipline of architecture, even if in the last, I would say 5 to 6 years, we've been expanding and growing. As a matter of fact, in this moment, we have almost more than 100 students from 5 different disciplines. So this is becoming really an interdisciplinary center. So again, I'm very, very happy to have you here. For those of you who've been traveling to Rome, I also wish you a great stay in this beautiful city. This is not the warmest period of the year, but still very, very pleasant, because usually tourism is not too aggressive in January. And nothing. So again, I really wish you a great stay, a great conference, and I want to thank you again for organizing this event. Grazie.
Well, thank you, Francesco, for introducing us. Well, I'm really honored to open this conference. And I'm very honored to share the conference with such esteemed colleague, Dr. Sheila Roth, and my esteemed colleague, Francesca Riccardo, and all of you who decided to take part and to participate to this conference. And I want just to highlight briefly the history, how we arrived here today. And well, it was in September 2021 when I was reached out by Dr. Sheila Roth. She sent me an email inviting me to speak to a Society of Architectural Historians, SH Connects. So it was a virtual corrective. It was a virtual program for the Women's History Month. And well, that had to be delivered on March 2022. The panel, for some reasons, didn't work, so it was not accepted. But Dr. Sheila Roth didn't give up, and so her enthusiasm and passion and commitment to the topic led her to kept on the communication with a community of scholars who have been studying the topic for a long time. And well, right in the meantime, as Francesco Bedeschi was saying, on September 2021, we started this annual conference, the IUAC, the International Women in the Arts Conference, and I see here some faces of friends who have participated to some the first edition, I guess, or the first edition. And well, the conference, IUAC conference, was born, as you can easily imagine. It was fall 2021, just right after the pandemic. Well, actually, we are not yet out technically from the pandemic, but we were about to start over, to try to go back to a regular, normal life. And also our center the direction of our center here in Rome and in US, in Fayetteville, Arkansas, was thinking that we had to rethink the role of this center. So not only a teaching center, which is of course our primary scope, but also a research hub. And in 2 or 3 years, we really are becoming more and more, as Francesco said, the cultural and academic hub of the University of Arkansas in Europe. So it was a very odd coincidence now that Dr. Roth reached me in September and we launched the first edition October 2021. So we went on, the communication went on, and on June the 2022, she insisted, and she did well, and she sent me a call for chapters abstracts for her new edited volume, Women as Builders, Designers, and Critics in the Built Environment 1200-1800. So the idea of the virtual conference continued. Long story short, really, we arrived to February 2023, so it's not yet a year ago. It's not. And she said, okay, we have to find a place for a conference. And at that point, I asked my colleague Francesca Riccardo. She is an architect, so she teaches here studio, and well, she would say her teaching load and her expertise. And I said, hey, Francesca, why don't you help me in doing the new momentum in IUAC? So I'm not an architect, I'm an art historian, of course, and my expertise over the course of the times was focused more on history of architecture. I teach in a university and a college of architecture, and so she right away accepted with enthusiasm my invite. So we met virtually, of course, and well, here we are. So I really don't want to take off the stage to my colleagues, but I really want to say these very last things, that WoArch, which is the acronym for Women in Architecture Conference, was put within, the main umbrella of IUAC. So that's why probably you're seeing, in the communication that we are inside the IUAC, because we're firmly convinced, and I really hope that is the very scope of this conference, that only through sharing ideas, works, research, experiences, and feelings, though, we can serve and reach a large community in order to create and to build up new, to help growing the history, to know the history of women and the women professional realms. So again, thank you everyone for being here. So we know that you are coming from different parts of the world. Thanks to the students who are attending the conference. I really hope you to enjoy the conference, to spend beautiful days here in Rome, and I leave the stage to Dr. Shirley Roth. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to express my sincerest thanks to Consuelo and Francesca, who in many ways have made a dream for me come true. A very long-term dream. Since I was a doctoral student in the 1990s, I dreamed that someday I might discover that women were involved in the creation of the built environment. This is back, in the 1990s. Certainly there was nothing to read about. And there were just a few, newly emerging publications about women as patrons of architecture. It was a very new and hot topic at the time. For almost 30 years, the literature investigating women in the built environment before the modern era was focused on women's patronage. This very large scholarship is, of course, accompanied by gender studies in architecture, which has greatly expanded our understanding of the multifaceted impact that gender has on design. The emphasis of the study on patronage within the field of architectural history, as vital as it is, has remained a singular voice of inquiry, at least for before 1800. Perhaps largely due to the historical and contemporary perception that this was pre-modern women's only means of engagement. The implication was that pre-modern women could not be found on construction sites, in the building trades, nor as designers of architecture or urban plans. Now, myself having trained as both an architect and an architectural historian, I sincerely wanted to know where they were. I just assumed they're 50% minimum of the population, sometimes more, right, because of the Black Plague. And surely they were there doing something. They were involved in other crafts. Why not in building in some way? This symposium is designed to open a discussion about what has been missing from this conversation, yet can be found in the historical record, as we now know. The roles that women play in various social classes in the built environment before modern industrialization and the cultural implications for these. What we want to do is to direct the spotlight towards women's various means of engaging, connecting, influencing, building, and designing the environment. The symposium presents papers from a broad time period, from ancient Rome all the way to the very early 19th century. Although the greatest focus is on the early modern period, its geographic scope spans from Chile all the way to India. I'd like to take just a moment at the end here to thank some other people. For example, Ana Sokolina, who and her leadership team at the Society of Architectural Historians Women in Architecture affiliate group. They have stood behind us with tremendous professional support, and it has helped me with advertising the symposium. Last but not least, I need to thank my own School of Architecture, my department chair at the University of Texas at San Antonio, for providing me with the time to develop this program and for the possibility of me actually coming to Rome. I think at this point, I'll introduce Francesca and allow her to continue. Thank you.
All right. Thanks again, Shelley. Thanks a lot. All right. I would like to continue the opening of the proceedings with a brief overview of the University of Arkansas Rome Center, which is the organizing and hosting institution, to explain our commitment to this first edition of WoArch. I start with our mission statement: to advance the internationalization of the University of Arkansas, contributing to the institution's fundamental mission, which is committed to expanding economic opportunity and prosperity, both at home and around the globe. With a focus on international education, research, innovation, and community engagement, we are a resource for all of the students willing to expand on their academic background and project themselves towards the future. Our academic offering comprises a multidisciplinary learning environment in collaboration with several academic partner universities. It embraces subjects related to the design world, such as architecture, urban landscape, urban design, interior design, fashion design, art history, including also humanities, economics, nursing, international studies, journalism and communication, history, and Italian studies. Research is conducted at several scales and in multiple disciplines, especially in history and architecture. Since the last few years, the Rome Center has not only been offering higher education and research, but also a large spectrum of cultural events open to the students and to the general public, such as lecture series, workshops, conferences, exhibitions, just to mention a few. Precisely because of the nature of this center as a center of education, and again, you can see a number of our students this morning. And because we are a research hub, we are particularly pleased to open this biannual series of WoArch conferences. I need to highlight once again that this event is possible thanks to the creativity, dedication, and patience of Professor Ruff of the College of Architecture, Construction, and Planning at the University of Texas, San Antonio, Professor Lollobrigida of the Rome Center, and the very generous hospitality from our director, Francesco Bedeschi, in this amazing building. You could see how beautiful is this place. Last but not least, please let me point out that we are particularly proud of being endorsed by the Fay Jones School of Architecture and Design of the University of Arkansas. Let's now go into a few more details. As you know, WoArch 2024 is a 3-day event, and it is organized into thematic sessions, 4 in total, and a round table, which will take place Saturday. Today, it is day 1, and it is entirely dedicated to women as builders and designers. I hope that our architecture students will particularly enjoy this day. So we start with the morning session, session 1, which is entitled A Passion for Design. I will moderate this session, and then it will follow in the afternoon the second session, session 2, which is entitled Women Building the City. And this second session will be moderated by Maria Enela Diaz Jorge. Please forgive my pronunciation. I might be wrong every now and then. Be patient with me, please. All right, so this being said, I think we can kick off the first session. So please, let's close this opening with a short clapping. And so I will immediately introduce session 1. Okay, good. All right. Please let me read a short paragraph that, by the way, Professor Roth wrote. Again, this session is entitled A Passion for Design. And, professions requiring specialized knowledge, such as architecture, were probably deemed unsuitable for women, according to writers in diverse regions and times. Yet, women can be found in early modern period designing and managing building projects, just as men did, as property owners, artists, architects, and amateurs. How did these women acquire the knowledge and skills needed to complete a design for an interior, a garden, or a work of architecture? How were their designs perceived within their social milieu? The purpose of this session is to bring historical women who had a passion for design into the public view, and to discuss their potential impact on architectural design in their place and time. So this session will be all about that. Let me introduce the first speaker. Again, forgive me if I'm wrong with pronunciations. Actually, titles are sometimes pretty hard for me to read, but I'll do my best. So the first speaker is going to be Alba Caraballeira. And the title of her contribution is Building Knowledge, Princess Dorsens, Gesamtkunstwerk, she will probably pronounce it better, for Philip V, Private Foundation, Spain. So please, Alba, the stage is yours. Thanks, everybody.
So first of all, I would like to thank Dr. Roth for allowing us, all of us, to be part of this remarkable project. And I would also like to extend my gratitude to the University of Arkansas Rome and its faculty, in particular to Consuelo Loggiabridia and Francesca Riccardo. So when in 1836, the mortal remains of the Princess Ursans, née Marianne de la Trémoille, who died in 1722, were transferred from the cloister of San Giovanni in Laterano to the Orsini chapel of the same basilica, a modest metal coffin was found with the name of the deceased and her age at death, 80 years. This paragraph, written by the distinguished historian Roberto Valeriani, sums up the unostentatious end of one of the most politically relevant women in modern history. And with it, it begins this whole article that has been written to date, thank you so much, on her remarkable artistic agency. Although her political role has been researched and widely documented, the other work she carried out has remained overlooked. But Valeriani carried out a precious contribution in recounting the virtues of the Princess Ursans in decorative matters in what was her Roman residence. where she developed a rich visual language and knowledge in the remodeling of palaces with scarce resources, a key element that was essential in the major endeavor she pursued for the establishment of the Bourbon monarchy in Spain. In May 1701, the Princess de Soissons wrote this sentence in her private correspondence: "To make the Spanish people admire the greatness of the king, even in the smallest things." This statement depicts accurately one of her main duties during her time in Spain, when she was in charge of the mission set in motion from Versailles to establish the Bourbon dynasty in Spain. One of her missions was to create a Gesamtkunstwerk for Philip V, being responsible for the design and overseeing of the building's totality, the shell, the accessories, the furnishings, and even the landscape, asserting this way the magnanimity of Louis XIV in Spain. The life of the Princess de Soissons began in a noble family in the French region of Poitou in 1642. She was the daughter of the Duke of Normandier, who was the governor of Louis XIV. And the first years of her life were marked by wars and intrigues. She moved to a convent, but soon left it to marry the Count of Chalais-Talleyrand-Périgord. And thanks to this union, her family was able to unite two ancestral sagas, thus gaining great power. But in 1659, Louis XIV began to centralize all power, bringing about great social changes. The court moved to Paris, and the couple adapted to their new Parisian lifestyle. And for her, life in Paris meant attending the most important social arenas, which would have an impact on her later social position, becoming her second education. And then she acquired a broad cultural background. Nevertheless, her husband soon took part in a duel which was then forbidden by the king. And the couple had to flee, first to Spain, and then to exile in Italy, where the count died. The princess entered a convent until she remarried an Italian nobleman, the Duke of Bracciano, regaining Louis XIV's favor. And she thus became part of one of the most powerful families in Rome, the Orsini family. The Palazzo Orsini in Piazza Navona witnessed her influence in the Roman society. She managed to establish her salon in Rome as a symbol of French culture, following in the footsteps what she had learned in the Parisian salons. She became an avid art collector and an arbiter of taste. And this notoriety caused tensions among elites, and she was even openly criticized by Maria Mancini. The artistic agency of the Princess de Soissons has been overlooked in scholarship for many years, and for the first time, this case of a study accounts for her role within the Spanish court. The economic difficulties she faced during her marriage to the Duke of Bracciano seem to have sharpened her inventiveness in dealing with the remodeling and refurbishing of buildings at a time when resources were scarce, as can be proved in the following paragraphs. Towards the end of her life, when the princess returned to Rome shortly before her death, she moved into one of the rooms belonging to her former family, and as the inventory shows, she developed an ingenious system by which, in a not very large space, the princess accommodated herself and her ladies-in-waiting using a system of partitions of painted canvas and wooden frames that divided the room into small chambers. And after 23 years of intermittent residence in Rome, where she regained the favor of Louis XIV, and after being widowed by her second husband, the Duke of Bracciano, the princess entered the Spanish court as camarera mayor. This was the most prominent position in the female household of the Spanish queen, in charge of the chambermaids and the guardianship of the royal court. Philip V's reign lasted almost 45 years, and throughout this period, new royal residences were built, while others were completed or renovated. Of the numerous palaces bequeathed by the previous king, Charles II, only 2 were continuously inhabited. Between the period of 1701 and 1715, the Alcázar de Madrid and the Buen Retiro, Princess de Soissons were responsible for the renovation of the palatine interiors that she carried out with great skills, despite the economic difficulties that the War of the Spanish Succession had caused. Spain lost economic power following the weakening of overseas trade, and this contributed to the generation of new taxes and laws to restore the economic stability. Neither El Alcázar nor El Buen Retiro have survived as residents today. The first disappeared in a fire on Christmas Eve in 1734, and Robert de Cau's project for the Palacio del Buen Retiro never came to reality. The Princess Suzanne's turned always to Louis XIV's first architect for the most ambitious projects in Spain. I'm going to read a paragraph from a letter that was written in 1706. I can hardly find a more pleasant occupation than that of refurbishing houses. I have had bagatelles made in this palace which have made the kings and queens' flats very comfortable, which have cost very little, and which have occupied me for hours during the tour which I would have spent elsewhere with more boredom. This is one of the many extracts from her correspondence which she manifests a genuine passion for design. Marianne, as Camarera Mayor, strives to redecorate the Palatine interiors, embellishing them in the French way, using new decorative formulas and modifying the distribution according to the regulations defined by new ceremonies and court rituals. Every commission was made and addressed to the most important French masters in the field. However, some interiors never came to fruition due to the death of the sovereign and Marianne's fall from grace following the arrival of the new queen, Elizabeth de Farnese. Women like her sons, who entered new dynasties, brought with them a broad capital in terms of material culture. Court rituals and etiquette were also part of their entourage. In this case, new ideas were materialized through the figure of Marianne. Defining the identity of the Spanish court was her way of building an image of power. In my perception, her artistic agency, in this case of study, would resemble the current term used in cultural diplomacy, soft power. The most imposing palace of the Spanish kingdom, the Alcázar of Madrid, appeared out of place for the time when the Bourbon branch arrived in Madrid. The building itself became a metaphor for the transition between the House of Austria, the previous dynasty, and the Bourbon dynasty of France. One of the main changes established by the new dynasty was the concept of commodité, which had not existed before and had its impact on interiors. Nevertheless, the new French entourage perceived the palace like an art gallery over a royal house due to the decoration based on paintings. One of the previous kings, Philip IV, leaned towards decorating some rooms with painting, which is still a sense of pinacoteca. And Diego Velázquez, the painter himself, was responsible for several of the decorative projects and was patronized by Philip IV. And Velázquez's career was linked to the Alcázar interminably, choosing the subject of Las Meninas in the King's Gallery next to the Hall of Mirrors. This regal space in the Alcázar, decorated with some of his designs, the mirrors and the console are designs by Velázquez, became one of Charles II's favorite settings to be portrayed. I'm showing this picture just to make a clear picture of the transition of the decorative skin that were being introduced by the Princess Suzanne. The arrival of Marianne in 1701 would mark a turning point in the decorative schemes of the royal palaces of Madrid. French princess wrote numerous letters reporting her decorative tasks to Madame de Maintenon, looking for approval and advice. Marianne even got in touch with the most prominent fashion agents, indeed like many other of her contemporaries, who sought professional guidance and reached out to the French decorator and artist, Monsieur Langlais, who was the master of fashion with the court of Louis XIV. At one point, she even wrote to him looking for advice, yet interestingly, before his sealed answer arrived in Spain, Marianne herself had come to the same conclusion Langlais had written. Langlais' suggestion arguably implies also a polite denial of his professional services, knowing firsthand the financial problems of the Spanish court. And this also makes it evident that the only person in the royal entourage with knowledge of agents and networks to carry out commission was the figure of the Princess Suzanne. This highlights that the approach of the interpretative framework has to be conducted from a more cross-cutting perspective. Thanks to Marianne's prior knowledge of the French court, certain innovations were carried out in the Alcázar Palace. For instance, access to the king's room emerged as one of the most significant aspects of the reform, replicating the French lever ritual. In a letter written in 1711, It's fine. Okay. How numerous are the pleasures which you must enjoy at present, said Madame de Maintenon to Princess Suzanne. You are once more with the king and queen, for you have been separated so long. You curse the charming Prince of Asturias. You receive him in a palace which has been restored by yourself, and which is therefore the work of your own hands. This extract emphasizes the close and intimate relationship that Marianne shared with the royal family, but also implies the recognition by the morganatic wife of Louis XIV of the Guest and Kunstwerk that Suzanne carried out for Philip V. As a woman of fallen title little means, Marianne knew that in order to accept power, she must settle herself within a powerful dynasty identity. On the other hand, the sons were using the art of patronage or matronage and designed to make reinforcing statements about her wealth, ancestry, tastes, and her ability to direct the building works and manage money. She was thus not only a designer and tastemaker, but a practical individual in her own right. And this also properly surmounts the place of style and taste in many political processes. We face methodological difficulties in studying buildings that had not survived to date. Thus, the Alcázar presents scholars today with a case study where material records no longer survive, consumed by a fire on Christmas Eve in 1734. Another challenge also relates to the sporadic placement of graphic sources, subsequently making the process of primary source research highly difficult. The process of even tracing Suzanne's signature on official documents is another issue for historians today, but I was very lucky. For instance, I had a fortune to find a paper written in 1711, clearly a document that is unique in its own right, a transcribed author detected, to whom it might be her secretary or assistant, in a language that assumes orality, very characteristic of her letters. Here, the Princess Suzanne reprimands the architect, the first architect, for failing to inform her, first of all, about a security incident at the Alcázar. The security problems at the palace works have reached the king's notice via the Duke of Cesar. And this document, of unusual rarity, shows the authority of the Camarera Mayor in the development of the works. Until this historical period, no other woman was known to have exercised such power within the court. As conclusive evidence of the last statement in 1709, a royal order was promulgated and passed to the Board of Works and Forests, so that no person could enter the lunetas of the Coliseo del Buen Retiro, which was another palace, without the express order of His Majesty or the Princess de Suzanne. The inclusion of boiseries, like these ones, were the greatest innovations in terms of decoration designed for the Alcázar and permitted the furnishing of spaces with large tapestries that could be hung without interruption. One of the greatest novelties introduced in the palatial interiors would be the use of the large format mirror. Light and luster were essential components of Louis XIV's decorative schemes. And traveling to the interiors of the Alcázar beneath the guidance of Marianne. Quite evidently, the Alcázar was undergoing major renovation. The similarities between designs proposed for the Alcázar and those of the private residence of Philip V's father, Meudon, are profound. Many of the decorative pieces included in the inheritance of the Dauphin in Spain were one placed in the room of Meudon and were henceforth repositioned to harmonize with the renovated rooms of the Alcázar. Perhaps the Gabinete de las Furias, of which no original drawing survived, was inspired by Louis XIV's Trianon. Further evidence suggests that the architect Carliet informed Robert de Cotte about Suzanne's designs to finish the Pieza de las Furias. For this purpose, Marianne personally organized the transportation of mirrors and parquet flooring from Paris. Marianne emerged as an integral key player within these interior decoration processes. The final forefront case meant Princess de Suzanne's redesigning project for the Alcázar never was completed. What is evident, however, is her enlightened vision for the renovation of the interiors. The financial constraints...
Because he's on the picture.
I'm so sorry. Sorry. The financial constraints that hindered the interior's development seem to be the same ones that affected the commissioning of furniture. And this is related in a letter. Princess Susan's relates with the horror of the poor furniture that the queen has when bringing her son into the world. The queen has only one old winter bed with white and gold hangings, which is very much worn, and a summer one which plain taffety curtains, which I do not think a country lady with a yearly income of the thousand livres would have in her room. It is not indeed decent to have had such a bed for the birth of a prince who is destined to make so great a figure in the world as he whom God will give us, for the Spaniards will be ashamed of it. Yet the notion remained that Versailles was enforcing an element of control over the development of Madrid's palatial interiors. It is clear that she also sought approval from Madame de Maintenon in matters of furniture. Within these lines, she was employing a strategy to promote the renewal of furniture in the palace. Additionally, the commissions she made for herself are at the same level of that she would demand for monarchs. This includes a commission made to the cabinet maker of Louis XIV, André Charles Boulle, via Robert de Court, which was a table and chest of drawers made of Indian wood that could be destined for the rooms of the princess, as you can see in this drawing, which is in the Robert de Court archives and curiously was made at the same time as the commissions for the Princess de Soissons. It is clear that Marianne was responsible for every milestone of the project, the timings, the choices, the budgets, as well as selecting suppliers. Looking at a painting myself by Louis-Michel Vanloo entitled The Family of Philip V, which is located in the Museo del Prado in Madrid, was the first time I came across the Princess's Sons officially. And in a brief description of the family of Philip V, who was already married to Isabella Farnese, the lover referred to the Camarera Mayor, to her sons, briefly, stating that she had been responsible for introducing the church to Spain, reducing her total work of art to something merely anecdotal. A new interpretative framework is essential for understanding the role of these women during the flourishing periods of modern history. A significant number of women claim their presence, image, and power through the field of decorative arts and design, and historiography has not only been inferred to some figures, but also some artistic manifestations. Disciplines such as the decorative arts and design have not received enough attention, nor the status achieved in other centuries. During the long 18th century, the study of the role of women in the decorative design is undoubtedly fundamental to understanding the dynamics of their artistic agency. The above analysis has aimed to say the agency of the Princess of Science, otherwise referenced to as Marianne through my paper. And she initiated a sequence of artistic, social, and political projects in the undefined role of agent for the House of Bourbon and Camarera Mayor for the Spanish court. This reflects her qualities for the role and her ability to generate knowledge of taste, aesthetic, and art, plus a cosmopolitan cultural background needed to carry out a decorative campaign of that refinement. The mission between the two crowns was conducted by her as an emissary of Louis XIV stylistic propaganda. The French taste over the Spanish court gradually impacted the architecture, interiors, and the decorative arts in an attempt to equal the French attitudes toward palaces. They used the Alcázar as a dwelling for the court, while keeping the Buen Retiro as a maison de plaisance. The Bourbon branch that first took power in Spain was mirroring the Sun King. At the beginning of the reign, the Princess de Soissons carried out small reforms in accordance with the economic situation of the country. No doubt, the economic complexity that the princess had to face in her lifetime contributed to her resilient ability to emerge victorious when refurbishing the Spanish palaces with limited resources. Unfortunately, as I've stated before, the Alcalá Palace did not survive. The lack of resources, as well as the fact that some projects never were completed, meant that no visual record was ever produced. Therefore, the task of tracing Marianne's integral role in the process of commissioning the royal projects has become even more complicated. To visually recall how the Alcázar project would have turned out in situ could be a great achievement. The exquisiteness of the Pieza de las Furias decorated with jewels inherited from the Dauphin would have set a milestone. You can see them now in the Museo del Prado. To conclude, Marianne's work was not restricted to the management of interior design. the architecture and placement of the creative arts. With regard to my study, she served as a female diplomat who fashioned an identity for a new dynasty while encompassing a political message through the power of design. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Alba. It's now the moment for the second speaker. I strongly invite all the speakers to stay within the time limit because we have a very tight program and we're already out of time. So please, let's do our best to keep the timing correct. And at a certain moment, I'm sorry, but I will have to intervene to tell you that there is just a little bit of time left. So it's now the moment of Rebecca Shields. She will present a contribution entitled Frances Stewart, the Duchess of Lennox and Richmond House, Virginia Commonwealth University. So Rebecca, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Ludovic Stuart had to move. The strapping courtier was King James I's first cousin and Lord Stewart, a trusted advisor and close friend. And in addition to being the second Duke of Lennox, he had just been granted the title of the first Duke of Richmond in 1622. New digs were in order. Furthermore, he was a newlywed. In 1621, the year prior, he had married Frances Seymour, the very wealthy and very recently widowed Countess of Hertford, who had been born Frances Howard into the illustrious Howard family. She was a celebrated beauty, whose brains and ambition were as impressive and intimidating as her looks. He was the highest-ranking man in England behind the king, and because Queen Anna had died in 1619, Frances, now the Duchess of Lennox and Richmond, was the highest-ranking woman in England. The gatehouse Ludovic had been living in the Palace of Whitehall as a sort of bachelor's quarters, would no longer be suitable for this early Stuart-era power couple. They purchased a building called Hatton House in the Holborn neighborhood of London. And this is a 1653 map of London. The neighborhood of Holborn is indicated here. Then they bought Ely Palace next door. Ely Palace was a medieval building that had been the seat of the Bishop of Ely since the 12th century. Hatton House dated to 1576 and had been built by Sir Christopher Hatton, a court favorite of Elizabeth I. Elizabeth had originally ordered the Bishop of Ely to hand over, and in this image we can see the section that I'd highlighted in the previous map. Elizabeth had originally ordered the Bishop of Ely to hand over part of Ely House to Hatton, and then Hatton expanded it. And on the right is an image showing Ely Palace from the Aegis map of around 1561. And then in the left, we have 1593. It's unclear exactly where Hatton House begins and Ely Place end, but this kind of area that looks like a bit of a city block is both of those properties together. These are the properties that both Frances and Stuart combined. Okay. In 1622, the Duke and Duchess intended to, and for a very brief time did, reunite Hatton House with Ely Palace, and they hired Inigo Jones, the head of the Office of the King's Works, to produce designs that would update the aging properties. This was a major commission for what amounted to a palace for the most important members of the royal family after King James and his son, Prince Charles. The new royal palace, and these are prints showing the medieval nature of Ely Palace, one half of the properties that they purchased. There are no drawings of Hatton House that didn't survive, so we don't have any elevations of that, unfortunately. The new palace was known as Richmond House, and it was massive. The facade spanned approximately 540 feet along Holborn. This impressive frontage rivaled the grandest houses of the Strand, the coveted London address populated by courtiers. It even rivaled Whitehall for sheer size, the Royal Palace of Whitehall. The vast extent of the property and the scale of the project is clear in the Faithorn and Newcourt map of 1658. The gardens were enormous and dwarfed the Privy Garden adjacent to St. James Palace. Hatton House Garden and grounds are indicated with the red dot at the upper right. An area called Lincoln's Inn Fields is in the red square. Hatton Garden was almost the size of the entire neighborhood of Lincoln's Inn Fields, which was built in the 1640s. It dwarfed Covent Garden, which was built in the 1630s, and it was even considerably larger than the Royal Palace of St. James's, which we can see at the bottom left. Despite its clear impression on the urban fabric of London and its connection to Inigo Jones, the royal architect, Richmond House's very existence has remained a total mystery until now. There are no studies of Richmond House, and it does not appear in literature on Inigo Jones at all. So why have we never heard of it before? For one thing, the project stopped abruptly when the Duke died suddenly in 1624 at the age of 49. Second, no physical remains of the house survive. The Hatton family repurchased the house shortly after the Duke's death. The family experienced financial difficulties in the 17th century and developed the grounds beginning in the 1660s. And by 1695, the vast gardens that we see in this map oriented this way so that it looks, this is how it is oriented in the Faithorn and Newport map as well. The vast gardens became the neighborhood known today as Hatton Garden. The house was completely demolished by the 1680s. I like to think of it as the supernova of royal palaces. It was absolutely massive, imminently visible, impossible to ignore, and then gone. And we can see this turning into the contemporary neighborhood of Hatton Garden today. Okay, so it was a royal palace for like a minute before it wasn't in 1623. Why is it important to know about Richmond House? Documents I uncovered in the archives while I was looking for something totally different described work done by the Duchess and revealed that the Duchess Frances Stuart was the driving force behind the renovations. A schedule of payments of 1625, circa 1625, in the state papers describes work that the Duchess commissioned for the renovation of Richmond House. The heading proclaims in elegantly looping handwriting, "Monies disbursed, paid, and laid out by me upon a part of Ely House called Hatton House in Holborn," because the project was just underway. Hatton House, Ely House, and Richmond House are all interchangeable in documentation of this project from the period. Frances Stuart was at the pinnacle of the social hierarchy in England when she drew up that schedule, yet she is little known in British history in general, and therefore, and completely unknown as a patron of architecture. And Richmond House is then an important case study in women's architectural patronage in early Stuart England. There's been exciting recent work on women's patronage in Elizabethan and Georgian England, including Amy Boyington's new book, Hidden Patrons, which was out 2 months ago. But the women of the early Stuart era have been a blind spot for architectural historians. So this behemoth of a house in Holborn is a significant case study despite its very brief life, because it illuminates the story of a woman's contributions to British architecture in the highest circles of patronage during the reign of James I. The Duke and Duchess's brief tenure as owners of Richmond House lasted from May 1623 until the Duke's death in February 1624, although they had begun negotiations to acquire Hatton House in 1621. The Duchess drew up the schedule illustrated here as part of an adjudication, or the adjudication of a dispute with Elizabeth Hatton, the house's previous owner, and another talk, who sued for the rights to the house after the Duke's death. In it, the Duchess states that she and her husband had spent £7,882 on the project. It also leaves no doubt that the Duchess was deeply involved. The garden was a primary focus of the renovation. After a £4,500 outlay for the acquisition of the houses, the largest expense was £1,025, 14 shillings, 6 pence for the long great brick wall around the great field, quote from the schedule, which is now a brave orchard with walks, and the wall in the bowling alley and the Privy Garden. An additional £701, 16 shillings, 8 pence were paid for the levelling of the great orchard and the kitchen garden and for the planting of the same. The vast walled garden visible in the Faithorn and Newport map shows the great field extending north from the house. The walks are visible as a grid of perpendicular lines running north-south and east-west, which are still the streets of Hatton Garden today within the space. The extensive brick and expensive brick wall is likewise seen clearly in the map. In addition to the 1625 schedule of payments, a petition by Elizabeth Hatton to King Charles I on 18 April 1626 reveals that the garden shown here was in fact the work of the Duchess. Lady Hatton entreated the king, quote, a treaty I confess there was between the Duchess of Richmond by honorable persons and myself for the repurchasing of Hatton House, but far from a bargain. I cannot deny her grace's costs in walls and walks more suitable to her greatness than my private life and small estate, which rather needs the revenue which those grounds formerly yielded for my support, than to be put to so much yearly expense as they now require. The complaint makes clear that the gardens were begun by the Duchess on a scale large enough to disrupt the economy of the house. The Duchess also paid £185, 9 shillings for the 2 gates and the foundation. And 2 drawings, and we can see one gate here at the bottom and the other at the top. 2 drawings by Inigo Jones in the Royal Institute of British Architects depict gate designs for Richmond House. The folio on the left is a design for a carriage gate that bears the inscription in the upper right corner, for my Lord Steward for Hatton House, 1622-1623. These notes are in Inigo Jones's hand and clearly identify the gate as part of the Richmond House project because it identifies Steward as the owner. Though Jones referred to the building by the traditional name of Hatton House, this is certainly for the Richmond House project. The folio on the right represents a second gate design. Though it is not identified by an inscription as for the Richmond House project, the coat of arms in the attic story belongs to the Duke and Duchess, and the numbers at the bottom of the folio are also in Inigo Jones's hand. At 45 feet 6 inches high, both designs would have been imposing, with the impost rising to 15 feet 5 inches. And because the project only lasted at most 2 years, these drawings are necessarily contemporaneous with one another. Designs must have been finalized more or less by the summer of 1623 for not just the gates, but much of the Richmond House project. In June of that year, June 12th, a warrant was issued, quote, for delivery at Tower Wharf of 1,000 tons of Portland stone for the use of the Duke of Richmond for Richmond House, Holborn. Also for payment of sums not exceeding £800 to Henry Wicks, paymaster of the works for the same. And some kind of gate was indeed built, though we cannot know if they were either or both of those specific gates or another design altogether. 2 gates are visible in the Faithorn and Newcourt map at the north and south ends of the garden's central walk. I have noticed that the striations on the northern one seem to reflect the rustication of one of the designs, particularly the design on the right. Even in this highly schematic image, the arched openings and pediments of the gates are clearly identifiable. The folio on the left shows a carriage gate that is heavily proportioned, with a central arch flanked by double columns and topped with an attic story inserted between the cornice and the broken pediment. I'll condense this part in the interest of time, but Gordon Higgett and John Harris have indicated that this looks like a preparatory design where we're working between 2 different ideas on left and right, and that the drawing on the right is a more finished presentation design. So on the left, we're working out ideas. We'll move along. Okay. And to come to some idea of what Richmond House would have looked like in the absence of visual sources beyond these 2 drawings and 1 schematic map, we can take a look at, and I also have this because just the sheer scale of the gate reminds me of this scene from the Grand Budapest Hotel, the ski scene. So which, if you haven't seen, you should now to understand a little bit more about Richmond House. Yes. Oh, sure. So we will come to New Hall. To understand what an Elizabethan house with a medieval portion and a classicizing gate would have looked like, we can look at New Hall in Essex, some of which survives, but only fragmentarily. None of Richmond House survives. And this gives us some indication of what that would have looked like stylistically, because on the left, we can see a classicizing gate, which was built by Inigo Jones in 1622 for this house. He's working on both projects at exactly the same time. And this is because the Duke of Buckingham has just acquired this title on the same day that Ludovic Stuart acquired the title of the Duke of Richmond. They both had to have houses to mark the occasions. All right. And we know that Inigo Jones was thinking about New Hall at the same time that he's thinking about Richmond House, because on the verso of this drawing are notes about New Hall, to be done at New Hall, 25 of September, 1622. And we don't need that. So we'll skip to her, to the end. And what does this have to do with Frances Howard? So this is an important case study because it's a royal residence for the king's cousin and his bride. It is a case study in Inigo Jones' architectural design. But reading it from Frances's point of view, it's a long-awaited coronation of sorts, a representation of Frances finally claiming her birthright. She had been born Frances Howard to a family that had produced 2 queens in the 16th century, never mind what happened to them. And the name continued to carry considerable weight and power into the 17th century. To be a Howard was to be part of a legacy of power in Britain, with all the trappings that accompanied it, except for Frances. Frances had been denied that legacy when a childhood tragedy obliterated the possibility of an aristocratic marriage. With her marriage to the Duke, she claimed her place among the royal family, and finally, at the age of 43, steps into her power. Richmond House to Frances is a visual megaphone announcing her newly acquired royal status and perhaps obliquely reclaiming some Howard lineage as well. The daughter of Thomas Howard, Viscount Bindon, and his wife Mabel Burton, she was born in 1572 and immediately orphaned by 1582. She was the last of 8 children, and she was left to the care of a neglectful cousin who failed to honor her father's dying wish to provide her with a dowry. At the age of 13, she married a wealthy vintner who was not a nobleman, but was very, very rich, named Henry Prunell. And Prunell drew up a will in 1597 when she was 19, leaving her everything, all of his properties, multiple properties in Hertfordshire, sizable houses in London that were fit for a courtier, even if he didn't have the title. A residence in Hart Street, London, included a portrait by Jan de Crits, branches of candlesticks hanging in the midst of the Great Hall, and a library that contained books of histories and a collection of musical instruments. When Prunell died in 1599, the 21-year-old Frances was at the helm of it all. I will try to wrap up. In 1601, Frances married the 61-year-old Edward Seymour, who was about 40 years her senior, and the first Earl of Hertford, and their marriage was quite strained. Hertford was jealous of the attention her glittering personality attracted at court, and he kept her isolated on their Hertfordshire estates, hunting rabbits for 20 years. While Frances was an erudite, charming conversationalist and a beauty, Hertford was brusque and heavy-handed. Arthur Wilson's History of Great Britain of 1653 repeats an anecdote reflecting Hertford's jealousy. When she was Countess of Hertford and found admirers about her, she would often discourse of her 2 grandfathers, the Dukes of Norfolk and Buckingham, recounting the time since one of her grandfathers did this, the other grandfather did that. But if the Earl, her husband, came in presence, she would quickly desist, for when he found her in those exaltations, to take her down, he would say, Frank, how long is it since thou wert married to Prunell? I hate him, which would damp the wings of her spirit and make her look at her feet. Frances would have to wait for her 3rd marriage to find a match who encouraged her intellectual and social pursuits and who treated her as an ally rather than a threat. When the Earl of Hertford died on the 6th of April in 1621, the wait was finally over. Hertford's death left her the wealthiest woman in England, so it is hardly a surprise that she did not stay widowed long. On the 17th of May, 1621, reports circulated of her marriage to Lodovick Stewart. In stark contrast to her previous marriage, their partnership appears to have been genuinely happy, which, as I will add an ad-libbed note here, that made it very hard to find documents about her because there was no court case, there were no controversies. The happier the marriage, the more she disappears in the British archives. The pair often worked as a team, and Frances enjoyed a position of political power that she had never before experienced. Lennox respected her business acumen. A 1622 letter from the Duchess to Sir Lionel Cranfield, 1st Earl of Middlesex, included instructions for nominating sheriffs and a list of acceptable and unacceptable candidates. The next year, she wrote again to Middlesex, urging him to ennoble and elevate individuals of her choice. She also seems to have brokered a deal for the purchase of Cobham Hall in 1623. Ever watchful for lucrative financial opportunities, Frances encouraged her husband's control of the wool customs farm, a position that greatly enriched their personal fortune. She also obtained the interest to the fees for the minting of farthing tokens. And in her own lifetime, her contemporaries often gossiped about her love of splendor and spectacle. In November of 1621, John Chamberlain wrote to Dudley Carleton, "The new Duchess of Lennox takes state upon her as in olden times." She was the only duchess in England for a time, and she was fiercely protective of this status. When the Countess of Buckingham was elevated to that title after her husband became the Duke of Buckingham in 1623, the same London gossips confirmed, Buckingham is to be made a duke, as are also Marquis Hamilton and the Earl of Arundel, greatly to the disgust of the Duchess of Lennox. She must have had her way because the elevations of Hamilton and Arundel never came to pass. Following the Duke's death on 16 February 1624, she continued to live with a degree of pomp and ceremony that was remarked upon by gossips, even though her living arrangements were in flux. Lady Elizabeth Hatton sued for ownership of Hatton House, and this litigation dragged on for some years, during which the two women cohabited in Hatton House in what must have been a very uncomfortable situation. In January 1625, Chamberlain again wrote to Carleton, "Her magnificence is much talked of. She went to her chapel at Ely House, with her 4 principal officers marching before her in velvet gowns with white staves, 3 gentlemen ushers, and 2 ladies to bear her train, the Countess of Bedford and Montgomery, and other ladies following in couples." The Earl of Exeter wrote the following month, "There is no charity in helping the Duchess of Richmond, because though a widow, she is not in necessity. She has refused Arundel House and Dorset House." That March, Chamberlain wrote again to Carleton, "The Duchess of Richmond has retired from Hatton House to the other part of Ely House, where she has her Lent sermons as orderly as those at Whitehall." A degree of splendor was to be expected for a woman of her rank, but the Duchess's insistence upon it was noted by her contemporaries as being a little extra. Detractors saw it as simple, greedy social climbing, what we might call diva behavior. But Frances had fought for that status and had waited for 20 years hunting rabbits in Hertfordshire to exercise her political and business acumen. For her, it was just as much about clinging to the fruits of her lifelong upward fight. Her meteoric rise from dowerless orphan to the Duchess of Lennox in Richmond was largely due to her considerable wits, and part of that campaign of upward social movement was an uncanny understanding of the capacity of style to signal power and status. Even in her lifetime, gossips described Frances as a gold-digging social climber whose true attachment was to titles rather than people. After her death, historians and biographers leaned hard into the misogyny of their eras, claiming that she was caricaturing her as a ruthless harpy who married up and then killed her husbands. Anti-Stuart sentiment led to the propagation of these kind of misogynistic rumors about her. The classicizing gate didn't fit in and was meant to stand out, and so was Frances Stuart. Okay, thank you.
Thanks a lot, Rebecca. It's now the moment of Consuelo Lollobrigida. Consuelo will present a contribution, the influence of Borromini in British architectural apprenticeship and background. Of course, University of Arkansas Rome Center. Consuelo, you're very welcome to come here. After Consuelo's presentation, we will have a coffee break. The coffee break is downstairs, so you come with us and we will show you where it is. After the coffee break, we will have 2 more presentations, then a discussion, and then a break for the lunch with a special visit for our guest speakers. All right, Consuelo, you can go.
Well, thank you, Francesca. Before starting, please let me say hello to my best friend and outstanding scholar, Adelina Modesti, who is the co-curator of IUAC, and she is following us from Melbourne, Australia. Ciao, Adelina. Yes, I will be talking about the influence of Borromini in British architectural apprenticeship and background, and I will step a little bit briefly into my personal history. So it was 1998 when I was looking for my MA thesis from Sapienza University of Rome. And well, you know, the background, the mainstream of our history in Rome and in Italy was that of, we're asking students to look for patronage, male patronage, art collection, and of course, Caravaggio and his fellows. And as you can, of course, imagine, we're asked to to go visiting and looking at the artworks on our own from these artists. So a day when I was visiting the San Luigi de Francesi, and I was there for Domenichino and Caravaggio, mainly for Caravaggio, I just stepped into a chapel, and looking at a caption of this chapel, I read the name Plautilla Bricci. So it was very surprising, but the most surprising thing is that was the date. So it was the mid of 17th century. And so I was attracted by this odd attribution. So a woman architect in Baroque Rome. And that was the beginning of my forever research, and and so then it was part of my of course of my PhD thesis, and I wrote a monograph on her which came out in the 2017, thanks to this university for the generosity they provided the funds for the publication of my book. Well, of course, I started studying Plautilla Bricci because I was attracted by the history of women since I was a young girl. That were the end of the feminist times when I was a teenager. But yes, the idea that a woman, an architect living in the city of Rome in the middle of the 17th century and be an architect in practice, that was really something I could not actually in a way believe. So I started posing some questions and wondering if a woman, first of all, could be an architect, which could be the training and education of a woman to become an architect. And the most difficult thing is how she could have been access to a profession which was and is mainly a male one. Well, the reply to these questions were not simple, and so the first things that I did was to try to put together the works, the non-works back then, just going into the contemporary literature, the 1600 literatures, the guidebooks of Rome. We are listing at least 3 works by her. Obviously, the chapel in San Luigi de Francesi, the Villa San Pancrazio, the Villa Benedetti nearby Porta San Pancrazio, almost has almost destroyed during the age of the years of the Repubblica Romana in 1848, 1849, and well, and that's it. So just 2 works, but she was said to be famosa architettrice and famosa pittrice. So this means that just these 2 words could be sufficient not to name her after this famosa pittrice and architettrice. By the way, I started relooking and studying the cultural context of the Seicento Rome, which back then, I'm talking of more than 20 years ago, the idea, the perception that the scholars, everyone had of Rome in the Seicento was a city of men. Obviously, it was a city of popes, and so there were no women, leading women protagonists out of Christine of Sweden. But it is another stories, another story. And of course, the historian of architecture have multiple times asserted that Baroque Rome was shaped and characterized by artists such as Gian Lorenzo Bernini, Francesco Borromini, Pietro da Cortona, Fontana, etc., etc. Well, in 2000, there was held at Palazzo delle Esposizioni in Rome one of the last, according to me, and most interesting ever exhibition done in the city of Rome in recent times, was Borromini e l'Universo Barocco, and the exhibition was curated by Richard Bosel and Christopher Frommel, and the scientific board saw the presence of Joseph Connertz, Marcello Fagiolo, Elizabeth Keevan, Paolo Portoghesi, and just to mention a few. Well, the catalog is still, it's on my desk since then, and so it was very important because they exhibited for the first time a lot of drawings from Vienna. There was a reconstruction of all the drawings Borromini left to his nephew, and when his nephew sold the drawings, and there was the perfect reconstruction of Baroque Rome, but of course there was no single word on Plautilla Bricci. And it has, we have to say, I have to highlight that just in 1922, John Barriano, the American scholar, has written a very short but extremely consistent, relevant article on her, Plautilla Bricci, architettrice, in the Villa Benedetti in Rome, and it was he has contributed to an edited volumes edited by Millen and Scott Manshover, so very renowned historians of architecture. And I started from Barriano. And I have to confess now that I didn't understand what Barriano said back then. So I really made some errors when I wrote my monograph, because Barriano is talking about Villa Benedetti, so the one we are looking at. I want to show you, okay, this is the reconstruction. No, the reconstruction, so this is how it looked like, and this is an etching from Vasi. And so the villa is the one on the right-hand side. Well, Barriano is trying to reconstruct this villa, and just drawing the conclusion of his essay, he writes, well, Plautilla took the most from the time she was living in. Well, these words back then sounded to me interesting, important, but I have to be honest, now I probably understand what he was saying. And that was, by the way, the point, starting from these words, when I switched my research, and I had to understand what this to take the most from her word meant. And so I needed to investigate the role, the presence, the obstacles, to cite German Green, and the women had to overcome to assert their presence in any professional world in the 17th century Rome. Well, as I said, the book came out in the very recent times. I'm happy Plautilla became a pop star. She was a protagonist of a fiction and a novel, and she was also the protagonist of a questionable exhibition that was organized 2 years ago here in Rome. Did I make errors? I was saying that I did errors. Yes, I did errors because back then I was really engaged and completely captured by the idea that I had to construct Plautilla. There were just Barriano's article, Titi's the guidebook, and that's it. So I started really investigating the archives as a sort of a detector, and I didn't read properly Plautilla's architecture. So I was, if you want, more interested in the social parts, social art history, and to see how this woman could match in the Rome, in the city of Rome at the time. By the way, the lack of documents to show the existence of female architects in practice have encouraged, as we have heard so far, the scholars to see the role of women as commissioner and patrons of architecture. And of course, in this role, women could take part to the creative process, that they could give insights and tips during the construction phases. So we have just mentioned some, but we could mention Anne of Bretagne, Isabel d'Este, Catherine and Marie de' Medici, or the same Anne of Austria, who was a kind of hidden mentor of Plautilla. Peter Thornton, in his Italian Renaissance interior 1400-1600, has evidence that the access to architectural world in the past times was less restrictive than we think or imagine nowadays. Women could participate to building sites as patrons or clients. They could choose materials, ask for invoices, set up agreements with contractors and artisans, give advices to the supervising architect, make surveys, and last but not least, they could design and organize the interior distribution of spaces. And so this was clear to me also 10 years ago when I was writing my book. And in the recent times, after the publication of the, I started to investigate better the training of an architect, male or female. As we know very well, the training is done in two parts, theory and practice. And so the main part, the theoretical part, was provided by books, manuals, treatises, and handbooks. What did Plautilla do? How was she educated? Well, we have to see that, again, back here. Okay, just the siege of Rome between 1607 and 1617 saw the publication, the extensive publication of Vignola's treatises that was publicated several times, curated, the publication were curated by Andrea Vaccari and Giovan Battista De Rossi, who had their bookstore in Piazza Navona, not far away from the palazzo owned by Teofilo Sertori, who was a lecturer at Sapienza and was the mentor of Giovanni Bricci, Plautilla's father. The same time, in 1646, this mathematician, Jean-François Niceron, he was a French guy, but a friar minor based in Rome in the convent of Trinità de' Monti, published this very important treatise, the Thaumaturgos Opticus, which was a guide to influenced by the Cartesian ideas and thoughts. This is important because we have to think that when we have to imagine that when we think of a woman architect in 1600, we have to think out of the box. The book was an actual manual for painters, architects, and sculpture, and was acknowledging Cardinal Mazzarino, the powerful Secretary of State of the King of France. The treaty became the reference text for young architects in being and willing to join the profession through the practice on the construction sites. It provided the drawings, plans, floor plans, and layouts, everything an architect could be needed. Nevertheless, the Academy of San Luca, which was, the main institution to be educated to the art, had no classes of architecture until 1670, when the prince of the academy was Carlo Fontana, a Ticinese, and who opened it for the first time, when it started for the first time classes of architecture. Indeed, to learn the principle of the architecture, it did exist private academies, which were attended primarily by men, but women, the presence of women was very regular. One of these academies was founded by the Lincean and Etruscan Academy member Cassiano del Pozzo, inside his palace in Via de' Chiavari, next to Campo dei Fiori, and not very far away from Sant'Andrea della Valle, the church, which was the place where actually the Baroque was being experimenting. Now, if we think that it was done by Maderno, by Borromini, Domenichino, Lanfranco, Preti, Mattia Preti, and all the other ones who worked in that church. That was really 10 steps off the house of Cassiano del Pozzo. Well, and of course, the theoretical training had to be completed through the hands-on activity. The first half of the 17th century, Rome was an open-air building and construction site. So the architects came to the city seeking for opportunity and new jobs. In this regard, it was spending a few words on how the building sites were organized, because this could offer interesting tips on how Plautilla could have mastered her education. Obscured by its own protagonist, the history of Seicento architecture in Rome is now enlightening more and more the role of the migration flow of masons, stonecutters, constructors, and architects from Ticino, from Switzerland and north of Italy, who privileged the papal city either for endlessly possibilities it offered, so it was a city in construction, either for the organizational mode of the construction, which was named a tutta roba, which was a system which favored the small and medium-sized companies, building companies, mainly family-led. Well, these companies were regulated by very strict rules for those who wanted to attend them, and these rules were also regulated norms and laws, which in a way were real school of architecture. Just to make an example, by the age of 20, a young boy striving for being a stuccatore or an intagliatore, stonecutter, had to be completed a 4 years internship for which he got no remuneration or just a minimum salary as agreed with the foreman. And this was only the first phase of a profession that expected the continuous uprising and an ongoing execution on I'm looking to the time, 15 minutes, execution of more and more complex and varied works. So did Plautilla attend any building sites? Probably she attended them just to go because time is flying away. She probably attended them, or she frequented them more correctly, the construction site of the Church of Sant'Ambrogio in Carlo al Corso, which was this interesting case of this tutta roba of this kind of building companies. And the Church of Sant'Ambrogio in Carlo al Corso was the church where her father Giovanni worked as chamber master during his youthful. Well, irrelevant figures, so as mentioned before in the Seicento Rome, was that of Cassiano dal Pozzo, who really played an important and crucial role in Plautilla's architectural education. He had set up an academy of architecture in his palace, and this can be said thanks to the inventory of his libraria, of his books, library, where among many other books there are listed the Manuale d'Architettura by Giovan Battista Montano, libro d'architettura by Giovan Battista Montano, and Origine e progresso dell'Accademia del Disegno, Pittori, Scultori ed Architetti by Romano Alberti. Not only, but Cassiano also owned the important here we go, Corner Codex done by Bernardo della Volpaia between 1515 and 1558, which was, I mean, the kind of manual also used by Michelangelo, and that Cassiano used to provide this important codex to all the architects or the architects to be in his academy. Well, one of the steady presence at the time in Cassiano's academy was that of Francesco Borromini. Francesco Borromini had just finished to work to Palazzo Barberini, and after, you know, he was let down for the reason we know very well, he started attending Cassiano, not of course as a student, but as a scholar or an architect, and he started sharing ideas with Cassiano. So just to draw the conclusion, I have to hurry up a little bit. So this is, you know, what is left from the Villa San Pancrazio, where those who have talked and wrote and written about Plautilla have again very quickly said, well, this is evident the influence of Bernini, and of course because they were thinking of, you know, the rocky rough section part of the Four Rivers fountains here in Piazza Navona, but it's important to say that it's more likely to be said that the rocky part of the facade was added later and it was not originally conceived and designed by Plautilla. Plautilla instead designed the body of the building. Here we have some drawings. This is the floor plan. This is the plan of the first story or piano nobile, and this is the second floor, and this is the lastricato or the terrace. Well, this longitudinal plan came from, this is one of the facades, well, came from the livre d'architecture done by Jacques-André de Cerceau in 1559, a book which was found, a treaty which was found in Cassiano, in Cassiano's library, but also in Elpidio Benedetti's library, who was the first mentor of Plautilla. Jacques-André de Cerceau was, of course, a French architect, not in practice. He was, for all his times, he spent all his times to produce, as you can see, this is just one sheet of out of 34, to design these longitudinal buildings, which evidently, you know, Plautilla was inspired from. And the other important part, so from where I started, is the Chapel of San Luigi. This is a circa 1675. Well, again, also in the recent exhibition, this chapel is described as a tribute to Bernini. When I want just to conclude my speech, because the time is over, that according to me, instead, especially the altar piece is not at all inspired by Bernini, but by Borromini, and mainly from the Facade Oratorio dei Filippini, as you can see, and pardon my architects for my very elementary and basic drawing, but just to highlight, the inspirational motives Plautilla took from Borromini. So literally, to go to the conclusion, she create her own language, taking from Borromini, taking from Bernini, of course, taking from Jacques-André de Cerceau, and this is, of course, it should work saying more about this, but we cannot keep on thinking that Plautilla was a marginal figure in Baroque Rome. She was not marginal at all. She created her language, and now it's clearer what Variano wanted to say. She took the best from the moment she was living, because she was not only a copyist, but she remodeled a language and a style that we should all put in the very history of architecture. I'm sorry, I had to conclude. I had several passages which probably would have been highlighted better my thoughts. Thank you for your attention.
All right, thank you, Consuelo. Very, very interesting presentation so far. So we now have a coffee break, and we gotta get out a short while, so probably you better have your jackets with you. We go together so that we show you where it is, so that the next time you will go yourself. I ask you to be kind of quick with the coffee break, even if it will be delicious, I tell you. After the break, other two presentations, and then a discussion. We are receiving a number of comments on our on-streaming platform, so maybe we will use a number of them during the discussion. So my suggestion is keep your questions for yourself. I have many. You have yours, and maybe we will be able to share them during the discussion. So great, let's close this first part of session 1, and let's have a coffee. All right, welcome back. We hope you enjoyed the coffee break. There will be one more in the afternoon. By the way, let's move on. We now have one more speaker, Laura Hindelang. Her contribution is entitled Female Architectural Agency Pre-1900, Conceptualizing Cross-Cultural Perspectives from the University of Bern. So Laura, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Just a heads up, I'm diverging a little bit from the abstract that I initially submitted, also to focus a little bit more on the book chapter that we are all supposed to be writing for the forthcoming volume. So, in the second half of the 19th century, this luxurious breakfast set was created. Each of its 8 pieces feature idealized scenes of castle carments in Prussian Silesia, today Poland. Its decor, quality, and display in a custom-made suitcase, and its production by the Royal Porcelain Manufactory in Berlin, the Königliche Porzellanmanufaktur, or KPM, indicates that it was a very precious and aristocratic gift. What does it tell us about the architecture portrayed on porcelain and the history of architecture in the 1800s? I imagine that the porcelain and the porcelain architecture stimulated conversations about the building on display, which is Castle Carments, as well as its initiator, owner, patron, and sharpest critique, Marianne of Prussia, which you see here. 35 years before the creation of the porcelain set, Princess Marianne commissioned Castle Carments from the famed Prussian architect Karl Friedrich Schinkel. For Marianne, who was from the House of Orange-Nassau, so in the Netherlands, and the youngest daughter of the reigning royal couple, Wilhelmine and Wilhelm I, she married her cousin, Prince Albrecht of Prussia, when she was 20 and moved to Berlin. So her life spanning from the Netherlands to Berlin, where she lived in the Prince Albrecht Palais. When her mother, Wilhelmine, died, she inherited the estate of Kamenz in today's Poland, and contemporary sources describe that Marianne was very taken by the charming landscape during her first visit and decided to have a summer residency for her family built there. She eventually acted as the building's financier, client, but also its fiercest critique. The planning and the construction period started in 1838 and accompanied Marianne for 35 years of her lifetime. The castle represents an essential thread within her architectural biography. And during her lifetime, she owned over a dozen properties, some of which you can see here, including castles, villas, country houses, which is now Poland, Italy, the Netherlands, Czech Republic, and Germany. And she had the buildings either reconstructed or renovated. She donated churches and social institutions, but she also owned marble quarries and other kind of architectural, agricultural estates. Despite this rich, what I would call architectural agency and also architectural biography, actually, Marianne, like many other women with a similar agency, have generally played no role in our conception of 19th century architecture. And I think this holds true for the other centuries before that, as we have already heard this morning. The German auction house Lempert sold this set in May 2015. I was quite astonished when I accidentally came across this porcelain set of Carmens, and I thought, who had commissioned this breakfast set? Did it celebrate the castle? Did it actually remember and mention Marianne? Based on archival research, extensive literature research, and the analysis of contemporary newspapers and private correspondence, I will address 5 aspects that might provide answers or stimulate new conversations on female architectural agency prior to 1900. So, the object. The type of breakfast, of this breakfast set is called tête-à-tête because it's for 2 people. It typically encompasses a tray, a coffee pot, a milk jug, sugar bowl with lid, and 2 cups, but no dishes, so there was no cake on the table. It is designed in a historicist interpretation of the so-called Neuzierat style, a lavish style created in the 1760s, initially for coffee sets, later also for tableware. The custom-made suitcase, which is a wooden case embossed with leather and brass fittings, was a costly completion, like handmade for the gift, and conveyed not only the unity of the pieces, but also the high appreciation for the recipient. And only a handful of similar objects exist today. Based on my recent archival research in Berlin and Potsdam this summer, I can now confirm the porcelain artist, the date, and the client. And I was quite lucky to identify the commission's entry in these books, most of which have been lost during the Second World War in Berlin. So, but first, talk about the building. Castle Commons underwent several substantial changes in the design and construction changes. First of all, Schinkel, the initial architect, died in October 1841. Then Marianne and her husband filed for divorce, something unseen in the Prussian court context at the time. Consequently, Marianne was banished from the Prussian court and from Prussian territory, and temporarily also from the Dutch court. However, she remained in possession of her estates and of Kamenz. Due to the divorce and the revolutionary turmoil of 1848 within Europe, construction was suspended until 1853. In 1847, so a few years earlier, when Marianne visited for the last time, the exterior castle was almost completed, and you see a photo of the now reconstructed facade from the garden side. The porcelain vedute here next to it shows the building more or less in this initial form. During the period when construction was halted, those involved in the building project wrote letters and published statements discussing architectural authorship, competencies, and the building process. The architect Ferdinand Martius, who was the construction manager on site in Kamenz and also a former Schinkel student, described his involvement in the construction of Kamenz in an article published in the Allgemeine Bauzeitung, one of the most famous journals at the time. I'm quoting here. The exterior of the castle is characterized by a deliberate simplicity for which another architect would have been easily accused of poor abilities, but from which a master like Schinkel, whose inexhaustible wealth of ideas could never allow for a shortage of productive power, can only be praised as wisely moderate. A detached building whose great dimensions impress and which is surrounded by such charming nature did not require any great effort. Considering that the owner had the charitable idea of employing mainly workers and craftsmen from the villages belonging to the estate, the master builder, so him, had to reckon with the abilities of these people living in a remote corner of the province, which has only now received a better connection through artificial roads. So Karl Friedrich Schinkel is praised as a master with an inexhaustible wealth of ideas and productive power. He is credited with this impressive building, he. The owner, however, Marianne, in contrast, remains anonymous in this text. Her only agency is the charity for others. However, Martius considers hiring local workers an obstacle because the rural population requires too much training. Female-connotated charitable resourcefulness is juxtaposed with male genius and potency, and thereby also in a way depreciated. In contrast, today we might judge the decision to involve local labor, local materials as sustainable in resource saving. Indeed, as you can imagine, Marianne saw things differently. Already a year before Martius' publication, she addressed the situation in a private letter, from which I'm quoting here. I read the report of Assessor Hohmann with the greatest interest and was amused to see his admiration for Schinkel shining through, who is praised where he does not deserve it at all. For it was not he, the great master, but I, the ignorant one, who discovered that the dimensions had measured so unfortunately that one looked out of the windows of the bel étage against the wall and could not enjoy the beautiful view. Therefore, despite Schinkel, I ordered a mezzanine. The initially proposed staircase was nonsense in a Gothic castle, which would have been like a fortress. Therefore, I omitted it, and the large arches in the vestibule were made on the suggestion of Martius, because I lamented the lack of light in view in all the rooms which were located behind the underpass, so the staircase. Schinkel should take no credit for that either. In general, the great master was already half childish when the building was executed. The only good thing he did was to entrust it to Martius, who rendered praiseworthy services. So Marianne questioned the power structure, obviously, with quite an ironic undertone. She claimed agency for the initiated changes, which she justified by means of architectural categories such as proportionality, stylistic unity, quality of light. Moreover, she understood Martius to be Carmen's true architect. It is a crucial difference that Marianne presented her view of things in a private letter, while Martius published his in the Allgemeine Bauzeitung. And of course, it's much easier to find Martius than Marianne's letter. Thus, these perspectives have received different visibilities and have hardly ever been read vis-à-vis. Castle Commons was resumed in 1853 and took almost 2 decades to be completed. In the later years, Marianne's son, Prince Albrecht the Younger, became involved in the interior architecture as the designated future owner of Kamenz. However, Marianne financed the undertaking and visited regularly to convene with her son and also with Martius. On April 19, 1873, Prince Albrecht the Younger married Marie of Saxe-Altenburg, and the newlyweds took up residency in Kamenz, officially marking the project's completion. In the same year, this is the same year as the commission of the porcelain sets. Let's get back to those ones. So what exactly was the commission and when? Based on the archival documentation, I can prove now that there was not only one, but actually two of these déjeuners with scenes of Castle Kamenz. Also, both sets were executed and finalized in 1873 and not in 1865 as estimated by the auction house. And I'm still hoping for the owner to get, the current owner to get back to me and actually, talk about it. Wait. So you see here sort of, I'm trying to transcribe the commissions in the commission's books. You see there are two different sets, both completed in 1873. One has only 8 pieces, which would then probably lead us to think that this is the Lampert set, because the suitcase shows us it was initially considered to only have 8 sets. In summary, 2 almost identical sets of the déjeuner of Castle Kamenz have existed that were painted by the same porcelain painter based on the same Neuzierat style and the same watercolor drawings that were submitted with the commission in order to create the porcelain vedute. I'm turning now to the question who received these sets, because that is not in the commission books, not entirely. So, who commissioned and who received these objects? The commission books mention His Majesty Prince Albrecht as client of both déjeuners, which could be either Marianne's divorced husband or her son and later owner of the building, and I would assume it's the later sort of Marianne's son. However, I will have to speculate who received these porcelain. As I said, there's no archival documentation. So the first scenario would be, in principle, the portrayal of Castle Kamenz by the Royal Porcelain Manufactory, an institution traditionally tied to the Prussian court, could have been symbolized or could have been interpreted as a political reintegration of Castle Kamenz within the House of Hohenzollern. And in fact, Castle Kamenz was made Hohenzollern again when Marianne titled the castle and all her estates around it to her son on the occasion of his wedding. Given that it was Marianne's wish to give the castle to her son, it seems only natural that the castle appears as a motif on the KPM porcelain. We know that the relationship between Marianne and her son was amicable, for which this scenario would provide a commissioning motif for Albrecht to prove that this is now his castle. Scenario 2. Albrecht the Younger was the commissioner who requested a tête-à-tête, one prior and one after his wedding, which indicates a certain popularity or demand for the design related to the nuptial event. Generally, these custom-made luxurious porcelain suitcases were considered aristocratic gifts presented on the occasion or in remembrance of weddings and official visits. For example, Princess Victoria of Prussia gave this set that you see here, the blue one, to the English vedute painter William Callow upon his visit to Berlin and Potsdam in 1856. In parallel, Prince Albrecht could have gifted one déjeuner to the architect Ferdinand Martius as an expression of his gratitude for his lifelong services towards the castle's completion. Scenario 3 could have been that Prince Albrecht gifted this set to his mother Marianne. If the déjeuner was commissioned to mark the wedding and the building's final completion, the other set could have been intended for then 63-year-old Marianne herself, who had not been allowed to attend the wedding due to her status as an exiled person from the court of Prussia. The mobile nature of the suitcase set resonates with Marianne's extended travels and at times nomadic lifestyle caused by this exile. Moreover, the gift thus demonstrates an expression of love, a substitute for not attending the wedding, and a commemoration of Marianne's lifelong commitment to Kamenz in the form of an architectural miniature, an architectural gift. It is also said that Albrecht described Kamenz as a monument, so an architecture of motherly love. I come to my last point. At the time when Castle was finally completed, Marianne had been living in another of her architectural projects called Castle Reinhardshausen in Erbach, which is close to Wiesbaden in the south of Germany. And then at the time, she's been living there for almost 2 decades. In 1860, she employed a Protestant priest and his wife, the Ulrichs, to set up a Protestant congregation and to provide a regular church service. So Caroline Ulrich, we know hardly anything of her except for this sort of a short biographical entry. However, wrote her own autobiography starting at the age of 80, which was later published in the local magazine Nasovia in certain parts. She and her priest husband would frequently visit Marianne at Schloss Reinhardtshausen and also accompany her when she was traveling abroad. One of these travels also led to Carmen's. So Caroline Ulrich wrote, in 1867, my husband went to Carmen's alone with Princess, who wanted to show him the new castle she had built. As compensation, I received an album with many photographs of the building and a personal handwritten description by Marianne of the building. This demonstrates that Marianne visited Carmen's in the 1860s, frequently actually. She obviously found a way to circumvent the rule of not being allowed to stay at Carmen's longer than 24 hours. She considered Carmen's her own building project, and she even invited guests to come and see the results for themselves. Moreover, and I think this is most important, the building had been photographed, as you can see here on the left, potentially one of these images, an album made, and Marianne herself had written a short description of the building to accompany those images that were then shared also in female circles. I think this is one of the examples of how female architectural agency prior to 1900 could look like. So, coming to the conclusion, when people in the 19th century had conversations while sipping coffee and tea from Carmen's architectural porcelain, it might have been the case that Marianne's role remained untold. Still, I like to think that this breakfast set has the potential for us today to imagine Marianne secretly eavesdropping or infiltrating the conversation through the images and being part of the table conversation nevertheless. Thus, we could use such breakfast sets and other unusual architectural objects in museums, education setting, in research to discuss architectural histories differently. Expanding our objects of investigation relates directly to broadening our understanding of the production and the reception of architecture as such. The focus of analysis shifts to questions such as what conditions had to exist historically for female architectural agency to unfold, or in which social networks enabled the materialization of architectural ideas. Architectural agency does not lie exclusively with architects, but with various people of different functions and knowledge competencies. Because women were mostly not involved as architects before 1900, and I hope this conference will prove me wrong, their architectural agency must be considered in a much broader perspective to acknowledge women's contribution in the imagination, the creation, the reception, and remediation in other forms of the built environment. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Laura, very interesting. As you all know, this conference is parallel in person and online. Our platform is like offering remote speakers to join our conference. And so it will happen every now and then that somebody from another place will give its own contribution. We have actually 7 speakers speaking remote. And I just want to make sure everything is fine, Fabio? Okay. So it's now the time for Isabella Copania to give her presentation. Her title is Dutch-British Style of Cottage Architecture, Magdalena Morska's Aesthetic Vision of Zarzek Village. I'm sorry, Isabella, for my pronunciation. Be patient with me.
That's perfect. That's perfect. Hello. Thank you very much.
So the stage is yours.
Thank you. So in a village of Zarzecze in Austrian Galicia, now Poland, Countess Magdalena Morska, née Dzieduszycka, created a unique palace garden complex connected with a picturesque, So, in a village of Zarzecze in Austrian Galicia, now Poland, Countess Magdalena Morska, née Dzieduszycka, created a unique palace garden complex connected with a picturesque village of ideal houses for peasants working on her lands. The written legacy of the Dzieduszycki family especially the Family Chronicle published in 1865 and the manuscript memoirs of the last owner of Zarzecze penned in 1945, favors Morska's contribution to the creation of the whole estate. However, after analysis of numerous manuscript sources kept in the archives of Poland, Ukraine, Great Britain, and France, it must be admitted that the palace, a classicizing pile built between the years 1807 and 1812, inspired by the Roman temple of Vesta in Tivoli and the temple of the Sibyl in Puławy in eastern Poland, was a common enterprise of Morska and her husband Ignacy. The couple's engagement in supervising interior stucco decoration and furnishing of palace rooms was based on equal distribution of roles and duties. Ignacy giving money and Magdalena spending them and taking responsibility for the purchase of furniture, mirrors, sculptures, and other objets d'art. However, the arrangement of gardens and the design and erection of peasant houses constituted an undertaking of Morska's own invention. After her husband's death, she undertook an idea of a comprehensive redevelopment of the entire estate. Within this project, she acted in Zarzecze definitely as a patron cum designer. At least three factors determined Morska's agency as an owner, patron, and designer of her estate. Firstly, it was her personal life. She grew up in a patriotic family of Polish gentry. She received home education, which included quite typical training, such as drawing lessons, lessons in history, literature, and foreign languages. In 1783, she married her cousin Ignacy. Arranged by their mothers, the marriage was compatible, albeit unhappy because of Magdalena's miscarriage and Ignacy's involvement in love affair. What seems of importance is that Morska had to fight for her financial security, as her husband was about to present to gift all his estates to his mistress. Finally, due to several agreements within family and by virtue of Ignacy's last will, Morska became the owner of all his lands. In 1818, she settled alone in Zarzecze and widowed a year later. This marked the beginning of her living on her own and incarnating the great plan of embellishing of Zarzecze estate. The second factor was the unstable political condition of Poland, which was partitioned between Russia, Prussia, and Austria. Poland did not exist from the 1790s till 1918 as a political autonomous entity. Occupied by three different powers, Poles were subordinated to different laws and social conditions. This situation only strengthened the idea of this estate of land as a private state, deeply rooted among Polish nobility. It seems that this idea enabled Morska to perceive the embellishing of estate grounds as parallel to creating her own private homeland. And this is the first determinant of her agency in Zarzecze. One more remark must be made at this point. Unlike in the rest of Europe, it was predominantly women who created gardens and introduced new garden designs in Poland. This was because they boasted of a quite exceptional position in the society and family, the wide array of rights. Women managed their funds themselves, they ran family affairs, managed mansions and landed estates. Marriages were often based on partnership. Also, it was predominantly women who introduced the idea of ornamented farm or fermorne to Poland. Numerous picturesque and sentimental gardens in Poland, most of which do not exist anymore, were crowded with ornamental and comfortable cottages inspired by Marie Antoinette's Hamlet in the gardens of Versailles. This idea of picturesque beauty informed also Morska's ideas and designs. However, contrary to numerous creations designed to please the eye or serve as a noble distraction of living in nature and pretending country life, Morska's village was conceived as purely utilitarian, used by peasants and profitable. In the 1830s, Morska commissioned at least 4 artists to produce a printed album entitled The Collection of Drawings Representing the Best Buildings of Zarzecze Village, that was published in Vienna in 1836. It was designed as a comprehensive illustration of the whole estate, which was to serve as a kind of a pattern book. The collection of plates was preceded by a text on gardens, architecture, and farm managing compiled by Morska. The plates included the views of the palace interiors, houses for guests, and peasants of different strata, starting from those of better position in village society, like shoemakers and tailors, to ordinary people growing land. The collection of images was concluded with designs for bunches of flowers arranged according to the blooming time. However, my focus today is on the quite homogeneous group of the so-called Dutch-British houses, of the so-called Dutch-British style peasant houses, which formed a picturesque village situated outside the palace park. Both Morska, her family and friends, and even local newspapers distinguished this group of buildings as an extraordinary feature of Zarzecze village. A group of Dutch-British-style houses for peasants was built in the years 1821-1832. Total number of buildings carried out remains unknown. However, Morska's personal notes allow to date precisely at least 12 of them. Some of the buildings still exist today and serve as spaces for living. Most of the houses are known today through several iconographic sources, as the aforementioned printed album of Zarzecze and a set of drawings by local artists, which most probably served as preparatory sketches for the etcher engaged to produce printed images. According to local and family tradition, Magdalena herself was responsible for designing the houses, and several sketches made by her hand testify that she indeed took active part in designing the whole estate, including interiors of the palace. However, lacking in proper architectural education, Morska must have employed a professional, who is now unknown, to prepare plans, which are now lost, and supervise building works. Houses were carried out of brick. They had solid windows, stoves, and even toilets inside, which was at the time definitely unusual as for buildings for the rural poor. Morska herself described the buildings as carried out in Dutch and British style. Her numerous remarks prove that her choice of the hybrid style of her invention as a costume for cottages was determined in terms of aesthetics, pragmatism, and ideology, and the amalgam of nation-oriented style worked as a visual idiom to communicate the social and political ideas behind the Zarzecze. In a letter to her friend, Jan Śniadecki, Morska explained her understanding of what she termed a new method of building. Dutch style referred mainly to material used, that is fired brick without the application of plaster. The British style, in turn, to the shapes of roofs and ornaments, mainly trellis work, which was employed. The idea of the style developed most probably during an occasional trip around Europe, including Germany, France, the Netherlands, and England, which Morska undertook in 1819 with her younger brother. In the letters sent to her family, she underlined that she learned architecture on the spot, visiting subsequent, unfortunately today unknown, villages. In search of architectural shape of the houses, Morska indeed combined solutions offered by British picturesque pattern books and both British and Polish manuals of building houses for the rural poor. The list of architectural books she owned includes John Wood's series of plans for cottages or habitations of the laborer of 1781, John Plough's Rural Architecture of 1785, James Malton's An Essay on British Cottage Architecture of 1798, and Christian Piotr Eigner's Budownictwo wiejskie, which is village architecture of 1791. The village of ideal peasant houses linked the concept of picturesque beauty to philanthropic ideas for improving the lives of the poor and economic demands requiring that the estate be profitable. Intended as durable, comfortable, and picturesque, the houses had a special place in the concept of an ideal, embellished rural abode. The buildings in the ideal village, especially the land laborers' houses, had a special place in Morska's conception of Zarzecze. The postulations for social and economic reform, which were part of the ideology behind the Zarzecze estate, were expressed in these buildings. In Poland under partition, embellishing estates was often identified with the reconstruction and embellishment of the lost fatherland or motherland. Considering the home or estate to be a private free state, a notion deeply embedded in a Polish gentry's mentality, this might be claimed to have become at this time more relevant than ever before in the history. Because of the political restrictions shaping the estate gained a wider dimension of forming the private fatherland or motherland, which compensated for the inadequacies of the actual non-existent state or Polish society. The work undertaken to embellish and increase the profitability of Zarzecze was an attempt at constructing ideal conditions. An ideal village composed of durable, decorative peasant houses could be perceived as being one of the pillars of Magdalena Morska's private motherland or fatherland, built on the values originating from patriotism and the humanization of contemporaneous social relations. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Isabella. Thank you for joining from abroad, let's say, remotely. Thanks a lot. All right, then. So we have a short while dedicated to a discussion. In order to activate the discussion, I will ask people who have questions or things to be shared to come here, because we got to use the microphone so that our friends on the platform, on streaming, they can, join our conversation. And if somebody's gonna ask questions, we have Fabio who can share the writings from the people who are connected remote. I'll start with just like my personal feeling. This morning we heard a lot of very interesting contributions about women, which in a way or another kind of disappeared or were not given enough power. And I was thinking that the job you all are doing is amazing, is great. You're bringing back to life those women. And this is possible thanks to archive information, documents, letters, commissions, thanks to paperwork. Nowadays, female architects rarely write some things on paper, rarely keep their drawings on paper. What will be the future of women architects? When somebody in a century or whatever in the future will search for the history of women, and there won't be any paperwork anymore. And this is a very sad story. So what you're doing today with your research, I think it has even a much more impressive value, considering the internet generation of women architects of today. And I was imagining like the amazing feeling of going to an archive and smelling the paperwork, the documents, which is like an experience that nowadays it's very rare, right? Okay, so sorry, this was just my really very personal comment I wanted to share with everybody. So if is there any question, any comment or something, you're very welcome to come here and join. And Fabio, please, if is there any comment from the streaming platform, you just let me know. All right. Okay, please.
This would be a question for any of the presenters. One of the things that I would like, put this way. Thank you. One of the things I would like to learn a little more about is the types of letters that connect the women to the work itself, or the type of documents, I should say, whether they are they always accounting bills? Are they always letters? Or is there a variety of sources from which one might be looking to draw? So I put that question out there first. Should they come to the front? Okay. If anyone would like to talk about their types of documents or the difficulties or the findings that they have.
Yeah, I found that when I was looking for Frances Howard in the archives, National Archives, British Library, et cetera, regional archives, that it was very difficult because those archives were arranged by branch of government, right? Which courts were hearing which cases for the most part. And if there was some kind of legal dispute, then women would show up. But because she lived kind of a happy life with his husband, there was no dispute about anything. It was very difficult. I found the schedule of payments, so an account. And then I also had to contend with a lot of gossips who, you know, I don't want to have to trust the gossips. And so this was a challenge. She certainly wrote letters. She wrote poems as well. There's one that survives in the Bodleian Library. She possibly wrote a tract that's only just been like kind of attributed to her, and it can't be confirmed. But so she was an educated woman. She wrote, but those were personal. And personal papers of men are frequently preserved, but the personal papers of women are often seen as not relevant. And so they disappear, even though she certainly wrote quite a lot. She had a very active mind and was a well-educated woman. And so it was extremely frustrating to find that she's just disappearing. Yeah.
I'm wondering if Consuelo might tell us a little bit about what types of documents or things tie Consuelo to her architectural projects. How is she found in the archival record?
Was pretty similar to what Rebecca was saying. So the drawings that show you the plans of Villa Benedetti in Porta San Pancrazio were actually disappeared since very recent times, and they came out by chance. So that was, you know, as usually it is. And these documents were preserved actually not in the Camerale, which is the archive which preserves the urban plans, the request to release permits to the construction, etc., but was instead in the Notarile archive because Plautilla undertook a kind of process. So when she was during the construction of Villa Benedetti, the foreman decided to stop working because he didn't want to be led by a woman. And so the Benedetti, the patron, started saying that Plautilla Bricci è l'architettrice, but you know, this guy Marco Beraggiola, and it was a Ticinese, so my reasoning about the Ticino was about I didn't finish, and he literally refused to keep on working, and so they had to go in front of a notaio, so a man of law, and where Benedetti states officially that the only leading figures and the designated figures to design and to project and to construct my house is the Plautilla Bricci architettrice. And so that's why I don't know if you are a little bit aware of the debate, polemical debate actually that was on in Italy, started exactly when the exhibition was inaugurated 2 years ago, because the exhibition was Plautilla Bricci architettrice, and so there was a movement of male architects saying that architettrice was not an existing word, but actually is a word because we find it in a 1600 document, and it is the female noun for architetto, for man. So that's these are there are very few documents though, and the documents related to, this is important, is a lot of similitudes. The documents related to San Luigi, the chapel of San Luigi, were destroyed by a fire, so they're gone. So that's really very hard to try to reconstruct all that setting, how she could get that the design of that chapel, which was the official chapel of the court of France after, the Edict of Nantes. So that was, politically speaking, was a crucial architectural piece in the city of Rome.
I think it would be interesting to ask or to investigate whether this term architettrice was invented for her or if it had existed in the language before.
It did exist before, and the last time it was used in Italian literature was in the 50s of the 1900s. Emilio Gadda, has written besides the Pasticciaccio Brutto di Via Merulana, which is a novel, during high school we must read, and he also wrote a beautiful guide to Italy, and he speaks pretty often about natura architettrice. He refers this term to nature, to the environment, but it is a work which really existed in Italian language. It has been forgotten now. Not at least, and it's not more in use. But the debate is still on, especially on social media. They're very active in saying, architettrice, you have not to use architettrice, you have to use architetto, even if she's a woman.
Another thing that I am curious about for any of the speakers today is to know a little more about, if possible, the reception of these women's architecture within their own social context. If there's any notices or news or someone from the outside commenting on what they did.
So in my specific case, she was moving through 3 different courts, and every time she was moving, she was being asked to prescribe where to turn in decorative matters. I mean, when she was living in Rome, she was asked by her sister and other people looking for ateliers or recommendations for landscaping. And I don't know how, but that is referenced in her private correspondence. And when she arrived in Spain in a very specific moment, the Duke of Sessa asked for her advice in decorative terms. So I think she was not publicly, but she was being referenced as an ambassador of taste, and that linked her to get to the architects, the designers. And I think that was something that was not being published, but known by the people by the courtiers. So she had a certain status in that field, in that arenas. And in relation to the letters, the questions that you were asking before, in my case, I was facing a very challenging research because I had to establish a very long timeline with the archival resources and just do a crossword with her private correspondence. So I have to do 2 big timelines with long dates to prove that the archival evidence with dates and works were undergoing at the same time she was talking with Madame de Maintenon. And I want to point out that we are talking about private letters, but they were not strictly private because they are moving from court to court. So it's like a semi-private correspondence because it was being written in the 2 crowns. No.
This game where you change the chair all the time, who gets the chair. So regarding your second question, I think for Marianne of Prussia, she is actually mentioned in one of the first architectural sort of monographs on Castle Carmens, which was published in the 1940s. But she's constantly referred to as the patron who tries to destroy the Schinkel design. And she gets sort of like cancelled out, and it's always like, oh, again, she was here, and then she disturbed our, peace and quiet of trying to materialize the Schinkel design, Schinkel died early on in the process. So this, I think, caught my attention of saying, why is there such a kind of almost like misogyny in the text? And I mean, of course, I guess in many cases, the relationship between the architect and the client is a dynamic one in the sense that you're discussing back and forth. But I think it's also valuable to consider the patron as someone who is more than someone who is just financing the building and then has an initial wish and then should remain silent, So I think looking at that relationship and also maybe going a little bit beyond so like women's agency is only valid when she has also drawn a building, rather saying she has discussed the architecture or has formulated wishes for the building in very particular ways, is also a way of participating in the production of architecture, I would assume. And coming back to your first question and also Rebecca's comment on if the marriage was happy, then there are no documents. This is actually very true. I've noticed this in several cases now. And with Marianne in particular, they discovered her private archive a few years back, and they didn't know what to do with it because she was no longer part of the Prussian court. So in order to reintegrate her in the state archive of the Prussian court, they had to invent new categories to file her within the archive. And that actually made her visible, because they then published blog posts about it and said, well, how difficult it is to reintegrate her. And therefore, she became visible for me as a scholar as well. Yeah.
So I think what emerges from this session is this. I think while dealing with female agency in architecture, we have two kind of documents. One is the general document, like the general documentation of architectural history, and the other one is the ego documents, which in the case of Laura and Isabella, I find it very interesting because these women really say, I decided myself and only me. And I find this exclusive. I find this is very fortunate to find. Maybe it's more common in the 19th century, but because the other documents, which also Rebecca mentioned, I mean, otherwise we will have men speaking about women, and they usually speak about women to complain about women. So I think the ego documentation of women about their agency gives just a dimension, a complete new dimension to the documentation. I think we have to really split two types of documents and say, here she is really taking care about documenting her own activity, which I find extremely fascinating.
I'm wondering if we might hear from Isabella, who is online with us today. Can you hear me, Isabella?
Yes, I can hear you. Can hear you very well. So I would like to comment on your first question concerning sources, because I'm very, very happy to have at my disposal hundreds of letters written by Morta's family and addressed to her. Moreover, I have at disposal her own letters. And the whole exchange of information about how the village was created, it's almost, it's indeed in the correspondence. The other thing is that when she was running the estate herself, She made meticulous notes. So I have at least 4 books of her notes, which allow to reconstruct the process of creating of her village in terms of dates, in terms of inspiration, in terms of travels, in terms of artists employed and involved in producing the images and the printed album. Moreover, I was very lucky to find in the Ukraine a collection of drawings, which I guess which are preparatory drawings for the production of the album. And I was able to locate several Morska's own images, her own drawings. And it really shows in how many fields she was actually engaged, involved in producing architecture, even though we cannot, of course, call her an architect. She was an amateur artist and a kind of dilettante, but very, very much into thinking of architecture, ornament, and the idea of picturesque combined with philanthropy. So I'm really happy to have so many written information. It's quite difficult to study it now due to the political situation in the Ukraine. However, all I have really allows to, as I said before, reconstruct the process of thinking about Zarzecze and of creating it, and of course also how it was perceived and about the reception of the buildings and of the garden. So I'm quite happy with such an amount of paper.
I would like to make a comment and provide sort of a final question. And that is, we'll have more time to discuss this in the roundtable on Saturday. But you'll notice in this session that we have 2 women, Pautila Brici and the Princess Torsens, who are actually working. It's a part of their work, a part of what they do to produce some architectural works. Our other patrons, they've been called patrons in the past, are elite women who have the wealth and the time and the ability to design. And in the case of Isabella's project, they even draw. And what I will propose on Saturday is, in some cases, we might drop the term patron and find a new language in which to discuss these women, calling them amateurs in the classical sense, lovers of the art who educate themselves and desire to produce a design and have it built, come into fruition. So we'll have more time to discuss that and come up with maybe some new terminology. Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry that Maria Elena Jorge Diaz is not here now because she is in the archive and she's looking for some documents. And well, actually, I'm trying to remember, but it was a long time ago, 2014 or 2015. I don't remember very well, but she organized at the University of Granada, Spain, a very interesting symposium called Matronazgo y Arquitectura. So I think that the Spanish have already found the word matronazgo, no? Which really substitutes the patronage or patrons. So I really welcome your proposal to really, build the keystone to mean something different, more related to the women realm and patronage.
Maybe we'll ask if we have any questions in the audience here today. Yes. Maybe come forward to the microphone so we can all hear you. Thank you, Anne.
Is this working? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the great variety of papers in this panel. I've actually got a very specific question for Isabella. And correct me if I misunderstood you. I was very struck by your comment when you said that in Poland specifically, if I understood you right, women were dominating the scene of garden creation, maybe even garden design. Did I understand you correctly? That you said
Well,
this?
actually, yes, maybe not in terms of design itself, but these were women who just introduced the new garden ideas to Poland.
Yeah. So I was very struck by this. First of all, it's great to see that there was a field in which women dominated in that period, clearly, and interesting for everyone here, I'm sure. But also that you referred to specifically to Poland or this region, and I was wondering whether you know something, or whether you come across something why that was there, or whether it was maybe more widespread than we assume, because that's quite often our assumptions are wrong. You could
Well,
say
actually, it also resulted from family relations. As I told you, very often these were women who are just run the estates, and these were also women who were just taking care of the whole home in terms of even financial issues, and they were quite independent because they had their own money at disposal, and they could simply just feel like tiny financially secure. So I would comment this that way.
Thank you.
All right, I'm sorry again. I gotta, do the very bad job today. So thanks for the questions. It was really interesting. It's nice when the speakers, they can really give like their own experience about how hard it is to collect information and stuff like that. So thanks. All right, so we now have like a visit set up for our guest speakers. And so we will go all together and see a fantastic place where Borromini was a protagonist, for sure. We gotta go a little bit far away from here. No, it's not too far, just a few minutes on foot. The city center is great. It would be lovely for you to go around with us. And after that, we'll have like a lunch break from 14:20 to 15:45. In that moment, let's say everybody's free to go wherever you want. And you received in your folder like a little ticket. It's like a place where you can have like a little bit of food and get a discount. It's in the street behind the corner. So if you just want to go there, you're free to go and you will save a little bit of your money. And just as an announcement, we will recongregate here 4 p.m. So let's try to be on time, maybe a few minutes earlier, so that we can start at the exact moment, so 4 p.m. Thanks to our students who were very patient and joined us. Just wait a moment, as Consuelo has some things to share.
I want just to add that and to introduce to you, please, Simone, come. Yeah. So Simone Andreoni, he is a PhD candidate at Roma 3 in art history, and he's been collaborating with us now for a few months. And so he also worked with us during IWAC number 3, and he will be leading the tour at Galleria Spada. So just to make you see that we will come with you, of course, but no, it's him to lead the expedition. Thanks everyone for being with us today.
Let's give like 5 minutes and then we go. Okay. And we meet downstairs in the courtyard.
Ha detto pure di venire prima. Ha detto pure di venire prima.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Firstly, let me introduce myself. I'm Helena Diaz, professor of art history at the University of Granada, Spain. For almost 30 years, I have been researching women, particularly in the field of architecture. It's a pleasure to be here, and I would like to express my gratitude for Shelley Roof's splendid initiative and for the support of Consuelo Lollobrigida and Francesca Riccardo from the University of Arkansas in Rome. This afternoon session is titled Women Building the City, and it features 5 planned speeches or presentations. There's a last-minute chain. Instead of starting with Mariana de Moura, we'll begin with Barry Stiefel due to his class schedule and time constraints. Without further delay, let's proceed to Barry Stiefel's first presentation. Barry Stiefel from the College of Charleston. The title of his presentation is To Carry 40 Pounds of Clay, Enslaved Black Women and Children Building Trades Workers in Early America. Barry Stiefel is...
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? 1 second. Can you hear me? Yes? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you all for having me here, though I wish I could be there. Anyways, this is my presentation. I'm Black women and children enslaved in early American building trades. Let me get this started. So the origins of this project began with a colleague of mine who specializes in the restoration of historic buildings. One day at work on a brick house from circa 1800, some of the old bricks had worn out on the building, and he was replacing them with historic bricks of equivalent age that were in better shape. While at work, one of the better appearing historic bricks split in half, and out fell a seashell. Where the seashell had been were the indentations of the fingers that had made the cavity. The brickmaker had been an enslaved worker. We don't know who specifically made this brick, but it was common practice in Charleston and other parts of early America for enslaved brickmakers to be Black women and children. The narrowness of the fingerprints indentations in the brick support this practice. This seashell was sacred and had intentionally been placed within the brick. The shell species is lightning whelk, which was smaller but similar in shape to a conch, a shell that was commonly used by African women for rituals and ornamentation. My colleague couldn't use this brick because of the structural failure caused by the seashell in the hidden cavity. Based on the brick's typology, it was made circa 1800. No others like it, with a seashell placed in the middle, have ever been found, making it exceedingly rare. Historic bricks of this age are common in Charleston, and they don't fail due to hidden seashells. After the brick was made, it was not used in any load-bearing way because it would have broken earlier in its existence. Centuries later, a brick collector found it and unknowingly added it to their inventory to be used in the repair of historic buildings, where my colleagues surprisingly encountered it. Later, this brick with fingerprints and shell were used as a teaching prop in historic preservation and architectural history courses at the College of Charleston. It played a role in the College of Charleston's campus documentary film, These Walls Could Talk, a film produced and directed by Sharissa Owens, who's Director of Education and Training, who commented in the documentary, "No one has ever told me about the story of enslaved child labor." Thus, this chapter is also a response to Owens's comment to inform the public about the contributions of enslaved women and children and their labor. Building trades work entails masonry, carpentry, earth moving, metalworking, plastering, and other activities associated with the construction of buildings and structures, as well as the making of materials needed to supply these professions. Architectural design and engineering are also affiliated with these professions. Before 1800, and even for a while after, it was not uncommon for an architect or engineer to have begun their careers in one of these trades too. Officially speaking, masters, journeymen, apprentices, contractors, and so forth were male, as either determined by professional guild association regulations or the social customs of the land. But as the other chapters of this or presentations of this conference have shown, this was not always the case. Within early America, women and children enslaved in the building trades were differentiated by their African indigenous origins from the Euro-American enslavers. Due to the invisibility of enslaved Black women and children as manual laborers in building trades, were often forced to be illiterate due to enslavement legal codes. There are no known written documents by them that can tell us in their own words what they did and what they endured. A rare peek into the world was made by the 19th century British social reformer lobbyist George Smith. In his advocacy for conditions of employment in the brickyards of England, who compared the situation of his homeland as deplorable, that of, quote, any child with Black skin in Virginia or South Carolina to employ itself at the age of 7 years for 13 hours daily and carrying 40 pounds of clay on its head from the clay heap to the work table. Through the lens of material culture, this paper will explore the experiences of enslaved women and children as manual laborers in the building trades in early America, with an emphasis on Charleston, South Carolina. While enslaved women and children in early America were largely rendered invisible, their presence was not forgotten by both enslavers of their economic utility as well as abolitionists for what they perceived as an injustice. One such example is former enslaver and abolitionist, the lawyer and politician James Burney, who observed in the 1830s at a brickyard in the environs of New Orleans, in which 100 hands were employed. Among them were from 20 to 30 young women in the prime of life. He was told by the proprietor that there had not been a child born among them for the last 2 or 3 years, although they all had husbands. At the time of Burney's visit, this news was interpreted as a great economic loss because through the production of enslaved children came about the next generation of future laborers. Burney's view shifted in the mid-1830s when he realized that slavery was unjust and immediately freed those that he held in bondage. Likewise, Horace Moulton, a Methodist preacher, observed in South Carolina during his visit in 1839, in some brickyards where I've been, the women have been selected as molders of brick instead of the men. During the antebellum period, the average plantation with a brickyard in Christ Church Parish, just north of Charleston, made approximately 1 million bricks a year that were primarily used within the city. Many brick-making plantations also existed in other Charleston area parishes, though the economic activities on these plantations were not always used on brick or other building material making, but diversified in agricultural cash crops, which in South Carolina entailed rice, cotton, and indigo. Bricks were made by a master brickmaker who was assisted by 3 to 4 helpers, who together regularly made 5,000 bricks a day over approximately 200 manufacturing days a year. Brickyards often had multiple teams of such workers where men worked along with women and children. On other days, brickmaking related tasks would have entailed kiln loading, hauling fuel, unloading the kiln, and transporting bricks to contractor clients at their construction sites. A typical sloop for transporting bricks from production yards to construction sites along the rivers could carry a load of 10,000 bricks, so often many trips were involved for any specific project. For 18th century South Carolina, the details of this labor and brickmaking dynamics are murkier due to poorer record keeping, but could have easily followed this pattern. For instance, Samuel Cords produced bricks on his plantations in St. Stephen's Parish, specifically filling an order of 120,000 bricks in 1762 for the parish. Cords' estate inventory of 1796 records 233 enslaved people, where approximately 110 were males and 123 were females. Ages and professions are not provided in the inventory, and Cordes' entrepreneurism was diversified in agriculture and other pursuits, making it impossible to further ascertain what work specific enslaved individuals were engaged with. Moreover, the enslaved involved in brickmaking in the 1760s would have been in a very different place in life in 1796, both assuming that they remained in one place and had survived such a hardworking life. Enslaved people involved with brickmaking, including women and children, were a mobile group through the patterns observed where enslavers bought, rented, mortgaged, sold, and leased out enslaved labor as needed, but also through their own agency by sometimes running away. The historian Mary Hollings describes how free white brick masons and brickyard overseers were frequently encumbered by runaways, freed indentures, and those hired out by other enslavers who competed against them for lower wages, of which Black women and children were paid the lowest and the money going to their enslaver. By 1860, the labor market for construction and trades work had become so fierce that white building tradesmen organized a petition asking for restrictions on free Blacks and slaves who acted as contractors or as independent mechanics. Since the British American colonies and subsequent United States both lacked a guild system, there were no universal agreed upon standards for which constituted a trained mason or brickmaker. For instance, in 1794, the enslaver Elias Smerdon advertised in the Charleston City Gazette and Daily Advertiser how a Negro boy about 12 or 13 years of age and musty complexion absconded from his brickyard named Richmond on the Wando River, pretending to have lost a ticket for me, permitting him to hire himself out. However, this runaway black youth still remains unknown to the reader since Smerdon did not bother to include his name despite the physical description. Richmond is described as a 209-acre plantation with a brickyard, 2 brick cases, a main house, and associated buildings, which were near James Askew's property that also contained a brickyard. During the 18th century, the lack of name usage for the enslaved by enslavers was a common practice. In another instance, in 1796, an enslaver in Elizabethtown, New Jersey, advertised to be sold a likely Negro boy, about 15 years of age. He's been used to work on a farm and brickyard, also signifying that the practice of using children and women in the building trades existed in northern states where slavery could be found. Our 19th century records can be discerned greater details on the experiences of enslaved women and children in brickmaking associated activities. Charleston area entrepreneur Charles Graves, Jr., kept a journal of the activities on his plantation that included cash crops, food crops, and brick production. On April 10, 1854, Graves noted, running one table, not too wet, mold bricks, none of the working hands sick, many children nurse sick. On December 4th, 1854, he mentions cutting wood at Gadsden with the men and cutting at Mr. Traxler's with some of the women, taking out bricks out of the case, hauling wood to Squirrel Tree Landing. Then on January 31st, 1855, he writes, cutting wood at Gadsden with men and cutting heads of trees with the women, hauling pine trash into root potato fields. Now, the wood from the cutting was fuel for the brick kilns. Other activities mentioned in the journal include digging clay, setting the case, firing bricks. In 1845, Charles Graves Sr. died and bequeathed to his sons, both Charles Jr. and Anthony Graves, as a wood factor, 85 enslaved people, of which 50 of them, or 60%, are identifiable with female associated first names, providing some level of identification of the women involved in brickmaking associated business activities. Graves Jr.'s uncle, Daniel Graves, also owned Brick Hope Plantation where bricks were made. This magnitude of enslavement at plantations with brickyards appears to be commonplace around Charleston, but also in the New Orleans area too. Bricks are not often made as an end product since they literally are used as the building blocks for building structures, roads, and other human-made features. So it's important to explore how women and children were involved in other building-related trades besides brickmaking, though their fingerprints did not necessarily leave an identifiable signature in these instances. Documentation of women and children in these trades is also rare. From the early 1840s, an anonymous traveler in letters from the Virgin Islands illustrating life and manners in the West Indies, he saw, in a shed adjoining, it served as one of the purpose of a forge and kitchen. Ludwig Hans was repairing a shark hook for the blackfellow whose shallop lay high and dry on the beach beneath. A sturdy Negro wench had just ceased blowing at the forge, whence the shark hook had been drawn from under a vessel. Thus it was observed that enslaved women were also involved with blacksmithing during the antebellum period, the term wench being used by the observer in a derogatory and objectifying manner. Enslaved black women were also involved in carpentry, though their presence in the historical records is often challenging to recognize. For example, on May 14, 1829, William Bell sold 4 enslaved people, which included Peggy, to John Gross and John Shermer. Peggy and her enslaved male associates, Tom, Mudry, and Cuffy, were involved in the construction of College Hall, now called Randolph Hall, a project that was nearing completion that Bell had contracted to do by the College of Charleston. Gross was a cabinet maker by trade with a specialty in ice houses, while Shermer owned a cooperage business. So the purchasers sought enslaved people knowledgeable in carpentry and building, which was the skill set being transacted. Within Graves' Jr.'s journal of plantation activities, there was also occasional mention of Bell, who sometimes purchased bricks and other supplies for his construction business. Enslavers were dependent on enslaved in multiple ways through the material social networks of the antebellum area building trades economy. Children, boys, and occasionally girls too, also play a role in their building trades professions like carpentry. A telling document is James Gordon's will from 1774, who had both a plantation with a brickyard as well as involved in the construction business. And you can read his will right here, excerpt. Most tellingly about this is that it specifically articulates how and what way the enslaved Joe is to be educated, trained, and freed and provide enslaved assistance within the carpentry profession, as well as that these instructions are not only to be carried out immediately after Gordon's death, but that it may require continued implementation by the descendants of Gordon's inheritors. Previous to the directions on Joe's upbringing within the will, Gordon also bequeathed 200 pounds currency in trust for and towards the finishing completing the parish church of St. John's, Berkeley County, a nearby building that began construction in 1761 and was rebuilt again after a fire was set to it by retreating British troops in 1781 during the American Revolution. Due to the proximity and need for carpentry skills, Joe may have been involved in rebuilding St. John's Parish. Since Joe is specifically mentioned as mulatto, and in consideration of the special treatment he received from Gordon's estate, it's entirely possible that Gordon may have also been Joe's biological father. The enslaver and entrepreneur Peter Stoney had multiple plantations, where there was a brickyard at one and timber and carpentry at another. Most significant is the roster of the enslaved at Callabog Plantation near Beaufort, South Carolina, which includes names, age, gender, and occupation according to billing rank level in 1829. The higher skill billing level ranks were the specialists, including carpenter and painter, followed by prime work hands, then work hands, 3/4 hands, half hands, and quarter hands. Women prime work hands outnumbered men 18-4, which included Amarita, Charlotte, Hagar, Hannah, Mary, Nancy number 1, Nancy number 2, Patience, Peg, Peggy, Phyllis, Rachel, Sally, Sylvie number 1 at age 40, Sylvie number 2 at age 18, Sue number 1 at age 38, Sue number 2 at age 35. Another enslaved woman at a lower billing rank was Bella at 3/4 hand. Enslaved Black girls Betty, age 13, and Violet, age 14, were ranked at half hand. Enslaved Black boys included Tenor, age 14, Kit, age 14, Albert, age 14, and Hector, age 15, at 3/4 hand, and Lib, at age 12, at half hand. However, most extraordinary of all was Ben, who at age 12 was already at the high-level rank of carpenter. There were other adult men carpenters at Callabog Plantation, most significantly Old Ben, age 65, and Young Ben, age 32, which leads the reader of these documents to wonder if there was a family relationship, either biological or as mentor-mentee, between them, considering Joe and the manner he was to be trained and assisted by others in Gordon's will. Life at Callabog Plantation was hard and work was often dangerous. Aside from communal diseases, causes of death of the enslaved that Stoney mentions are lockjaw, or now known as tetanus infection, ruptures and wounds, which could have been caused by incidents while at building trades-related work. In conclusion, enslaved Black women and child laborers, along with their adult male colleagues, built many of the historic buildings and landscapes that Americans of diverse backgrounds identify with, such as in Charleston, New Orleans, New York, etc. Their contributions to architectural history are as meaningful as the enslaving designers who have received the credit for America's historic cities, yet because of their identities as Black women and children were largely rendered invisible. Telling the story of enslaved women and child labor in every facet of the economy that they were involved with, in addition to building trades, is needed to make this past visible. The invisibility of enslaved women and children as manual laborers in the building trades has not only hidden their contributions to the building cities and landscapes that they were involved in constructing, but also covered over the tribulations that they endured. Enslavement in the building trades were often grueling and dangerous. However, while Black enslaved women and children involved in the construction of early American historic buildings and cities have been verbally silenced, looking at closely what they built, especially the bricks made of hard-baked clay, one can observe the fingerprints and other signs of their presence. Building materials with fingerprints and other marks such as in bricks can tell us about the lives and experiences of enslaved brick makers from a time when it was illegal for them to be illiterate. The oral history of the Black women and child experience in the building trades was not recorded by the enslavers because it was of little value to them. The social condition of slavery would also create a climate of fear and distrust, which further corroborated racist and sexist tropes about Black women that compelled them to be passive, servile, non-threatening, and unseen. Therefore, building materials can serve as a conversation piece for generating new narratives in early modern trades and slavery, resuscitating the history of Black women and children trapped in this world. Thank you.
Thank you so much for Barry Stiefel for your punctuality. you have lesson, have nice lesson now. You have, okay, thank you so much. Next speech is Mariana de Moura, Women and Construction Know-How, Critical Fabulations from Self-Produced Sites, from Universidade Federal de Minas Gerais, Brazil. Are you prepared, Mariana?
Yes. Hi. I just cannot see the screen. Can I start?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today, even if it's remotely. My name is Mariana. I'm a researcher from Brazil. So I'd like to start by thanking the organizers for the opportunity of sharing my work here today, and especially Professor Roth for all the exchange we had in the past year, which has definitely contributed to what I'm presenting here. What I will talk about today are some of the results of a short case study I have developed in the context of my current postdoc at the Federal University of Minas Gerais, in the scope of an international project named TFTK, Translating Failed Transforming Knowledges. This case study is focused on women in architecture and construction history, more precisely the construction know-how of women living in a quilombo called Mata dos Quilombos here in my state of Minas Gerais. So to contextualize, quilombos are Maroon communities established by enslaved and freed slaves since colonial times. These communities are usually located in rural areas, and they play a very important and largely overlooked role in the formation of the Brazilian built environment, since we have historically incorporated much of their modes of building, as I will try to show now in this presentation. Mata dos Crioulos was chosen for this case study after I learned that most constructions in that community were carried out by women, since men often spent long periods working elsewhere. So as a starting point, I should also say that from a historiographic point of view, my research is an attempt to contest two common misconceptions in our field of studies and in our professional activity. The first is the one that assumes that historically women are not part of the construction field, that they do not know how to build, or that they are at most a supporting act for men's accomplishment in the production of space. And the second misconception is precisely the one that delimits architecture itself as an academic discipline in a very specific professional practice, and that limits its history to a set of mostly biographical achievements, going along what Ursula Le Guin calls the hero narrative, wherein the world is built by great figures who are also usually men. So this is a work that has at its core the contestation of architectural historiography from a feminist and a decolonial perspective, so that both these common senses can be questioned, not as a casualty, but also as the result of an ongoing ideological project that erases women's experiences from history, as much as it erases the lives and the spaces of subaltern subjects of the past and of today. So set on this objective of collecting oral narratives of the women builders I had heard about, I visited Mata dos Crioulos on a few different occasions back in 2022. During these visits, I conducted interviews with a diverse range of women, the oldest being in her late 60s and the youngest being 15. During these visits, these interviews were mostly of narrative and ethnographic nature, which means I asked very few questions and let the interviewees talk freely about their houses and how they were built. And I can affirm that many precious findings came from the time doing field work. The first was, of course, the confirmation that these women do know how to build in the social spatial context of the Quilombo, and while using earthen materials, either with adobe or with water and dao, construction know-how was shared by the whole community, including women and children. And from that assertion, the case study has since developed in two main axes of research. So the first has been focused on investigating the diverse aspects that affect the social relations of production in the self-produced sites, particularly the gender dynamics in place. I will talk shortly about that in a bit, but what I would like to focus here on this presentation is mostly the second axis and the objective of reimagining architecture and its history and the methodological aspects involved in this process. I am mostly focused in this concept of critical fabulations from Saidiya Hartman because it resonates with the subjects and the context I'm mostly dealing with, but also because I think there's a case to be made about this idea of a critical imagination as a resource for research in cases where history feels, quoting Hartman, painfully incomplete. So both these research pathways are based on this premise that women were and still are indeed very much involved in construction and architecture if we are to expand that what we understand by architecture. Which means that for now, I'm taking this one case study and making a bigger claim about architecture and construction history on its whole, one that reassesses women's historical contribution and the whole scope of our discipline instead of just falling into an old biased misconception. But I'm also connecting this case now to many other historical accounts through this imaginative exercise in order to build that claim. So let me start by going quickly through the three of my main points in that first research pathway, that of investigating. Indeed, most of the women interviewed knew how to build. They learned to do it from their parents and grandparents, and most of them also taught their sons and daughters to do the same. In every conversation, it was clear that women were involved with the construction of their houses from a very young age, and that this knowledge was part of the many things that are learned in the family environment and in everyday life. It was customary for children to learn by accompanying their parents, and that was true for the housework, for the food production, and for the construction of their homes. And it remains true even for younger generations now, although with a bit different status. But anyways, the women I met were in fact self-builders. And as self-builders, most of them demonstrate autonomy in making decisions about the production of their spaces. They make well-informed decisions about the sizes of their houses, their location on the lot, and the materials they want to use. And with this autonomy, they also show a lot of ingenuity. In the houses I visited, many details attested to the construction know-how of these women and their ability to find solutions to their most common needs. For example, in this picture, you see the way they built a water distribution system among the houses of the same family, so that all of them could share the same spring, having only one catchment that was distributed in turns amongst all of them. The last point from the investigating part was finding out that changes in production methods and in materials, or this transition from earthen techniques to brick and mortar, basically, altered women's inclusion in the building process. So the few houses in the Quilombo that were still built in masonry were made almost exclusively by men, with little evidence that their know-how was in any way shared. On the contrary, in this case, construction seemed to become really a specialty of a few. And when I asked women why they did not build with the bricks, the answer usually pointed to a kind of technical knowledge that they lacked and that they felt unable or just uninterested in acquiring. And it was especially revealing for me to know that they did not perceive any of their current building knowledge as technical or as something that required a certain specific skill. Just like it was curious to notice that they did not consider the process of laying bricks to be something that they could also learn in the same way that they learned how to do water and down. So as part of the research has been focused in finding out why and how things are changing with this shift of materials and techniques, and that unfolds in many new directions. But I'm taking that shift now to make a link between present and past, that's what interests us here today, and to discuss some of my first findings to what I'm calling this not another history of architecture. So since interviewing these women and learning so much about their construction know-how, I have turned my attention to the available literature on self-building, on vernacular architecture, on informal building processes. First, I was focused in Brazil, but then following the historical path of these Afro-Brazilian communities, of these quilombos, I also started looking into some of the available bibliography about African architecture, particularly trying to find studies about women in African architecture. I have found some great academic articles about current practices, albeit there are still very few, and some interesting books as well, which have led me in turn to some of these voyage diaries from the colonial times in Brazil that I also looked into. And these sources are helping me imagine a link between the present time Quilombo builders and the women builders of the past. So The most straightforward connection one can make when going through the literature is that women have always been involved in the building process in many different ethnic groups and cultural identities in the African continent and remain to do so. This shows up in the literature in accounts of women's skill with pottery and their role in molding the clay houses of Balanta people in Guinea-Bissau, or in works that point out that in pre-colonial times, women from diverse groups such as the Basotho, the Maasai, the Ndele, were actively involved in making bricks, erecting walls, constructing roof structures, and also research that underscores women's responsibilities in the process of covering walls with hammered earth in the Guéret group, in the borders of the Ivory Coast. So we have the written memory of pre-colonial times, pictorial registries of more recent times, and they all connect to this Afro-Brazilian community that adopts very similar building traditions with much of the same materials and techniques. However, whatever happened in between these two different spatial contexts and spatial and different temporalities as well is for me yet unknown. So the question now is, what happened with these women builders and their architecture when they were forced into slavery through the Atlantic? I do not have a clear answer, nor do I know if that exists. What I noticed, however, is that in much the same way that women in Mata dos Crioulos are now being excluded from building when it becomes a perceived skilled activity, also in colonial records, when building becomes a forced work during slavery, and afterwards, when building know-how becomes one of the main skills that former slaves and freed Afro-Brazilians possess and bring back to the African continent, I could only find men being mentioned as builders, bricklayers, carpenters, and so on. So as this quote is showing there. So this is within, it looks for me that it is within this so-called professionalization of the activity, which also means like this transition from a social reproductive to a productive activity. This seems to be the point where women are left behind. There are, of course, many colonial, modern, and surely patriarchal implications behind these processes, which I won't be able to discuss right now, but I think they are worth noting. What I will do instead is bring forth some issues I'm now trying to deal with in regards to memory, to forgetting, and silencing. When talking about the relevance of oral history, the author Michael Polatz highlights the importance of what he calls subterranean memories as an integrant part of a dominated culture that survives despite an official memory imposition. We read the colonizers' narratives about the houses in Brazil in the beginning of 19th century, and particularly the description about the enslaved people and the poor people houses in colonial Brazil, and comparing them to the narratives of women in Mata dos Crioulos, there were instances where this relation became very clear. I'd like to point out two of them because they are also linking past and present and helping me build that lost history. First, in Johann Paul diaries from 1832, from his time spent in Brazilian hinterlands, there is a detailed description of how local houses were built. The description is very, very similar to the one I heard from one of the women in Mata dos Crioulos, particularly in details such as the positioning of the beams, the structural elements, the materials. I found that similarity striking, and I was taken by the fact that in all of the consulted bibliography, even the most recent ones, there was not one instance in which women would ever appear. Back then, at least for the bibliography I have in hand so far, the enslaved in the literature was already a non-subject, but it remained a male object nonetheless. Nowadays, women still cannot speak, and their views and their thoughts about construction are rarely available. So I kept going back to that explanation I recorded in audio with a woman in Mata dos Crioulos, which I share now in a short edited version against that of Johann Paul, which you can see in the screen now. So she said, my father would go with me, with my mom to collect the bigger logs of wood in the forest, and we would go along to catch some wooden strips and vines. I was around 6 the first time I went to help. I built my own house in 2017. I made it with 2 rooms, a living room and a bedroom. Since I didn't have many resources at the time, I chose to do the house by the size of the asbestos roof. We measured it by laying the roof sheets on the floor and tracing them. I built my house with my mom. It was tiring, but we made it. The heavier beams were the ones from the corners, and my father helped with that. Between those, a line of wood bars was erected and locked across by smaller wooden strips, which we made tight with vines that we took from nearby. Then we started filling it with mud. That was easier. It takes two people to help lock the wood in place, one from the inside and the other from the outside, and it took us 2 weeks to finish it. The next example is for me the most relevant though. While showing me around her house, one of the interviewed women mentioned that it was their custom to always have the fire on the wood burning stove. I asked the reason for it, and she explained that a house without a fire would rapidly deteriorate. So I insisted once again for an explanation of why would that happen, and she couldn't quite explain. She just said that this was how it was. Without the fire, the mud walls would crackle, and they would fall. I left wondering if something about the warmth of the fire influenced the material resistance, and it also made me think about another woman's kitchen, which was made with wattle and dab and was still standing after 20 years, which is an impressive amount of time for northern construction nowadays. Yet, while I was going through the literature, a passage from a book of Gunther Weimer's caught my attention. The author mentions that many of the houses, many of the travelers of colonial times refer to this inexplicable insistence of enslaved people in keeping a fire lit inside the house, despite the hot weather and the terrible mess left by the soot inside. He then proceeds to explain that for many groups, especially those that in what is today's southern Angola, fire was a sign of tribal unity and a gift to the ruler, which was believed to keep away bad spirits and protect the integrity of the house. So I'd like to finish with this example because it points out to one of the many challenges of imagining a history of what was silenced and forgotten, which is that of our own colonized views and our inability to access what relies outside modernity. Although I have been researching women's involvement in self-building in urban contexts for a really long time, this research was the first time I had to deal so directly with perspective of the archives and with archival silences and omissions. And these omissions goes for both women's participation and for the memory of an ordinary everyday architecture. So for me, it is still very challenging to find the appropriate ways of reappropriating what is mostly a colonizer narrative and to read it against the grain, if possible at all. So for me, also this example, leaving the fire lit, is one of those subterranean memories that survived in the most unthinkable ways that I could only acknowledge by piecing many diverse sources. But these otherwise random reminiscences are also weaving back together what was once made severely incomplete. What I'm trying now is to be very thoughtful of such memories, to have the patience to find them and to follow along women's narratives of present times, hopefully leading the way to this history of architecture of self-produced sites, where both women's contributions and the spaces they help to create and give life to can be finally properly acknowledged. And that's it. These are the references. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mariana de Moura, for this wonderful presentation and critical proposal for to study the architecture and women. And thank you for offer the chain, the chain in the time, because Barry Steffel, for him it was impossible. And thank you for offer the possibility to change your the time. Now we have the next contribution is Elizabeth Biggs and Kirsty Wright, Women Shaping the Palace of Westminster, from 1219 to 1700. They are from Trinity College, Dublin, and Historic Royal Palaces. Okay.
Is that no? Is it? Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much for the introduction and for being here today. What we're thinking about is a case study of the Palace of Westminster in London, which is probably better known to most of you as the 19th century Houses of Parliament, the iconic tourist landmark. This is what it looked like before 1834. And the reason is because during the day of the 16th of October, 1834, as workmen burned redundant records in the stoves underneath the House of Lords, which is underneath here, records that would set the chimneys alight and destroy the site. A casual visitor might have been forgiven for not thinking much of the palace's architecture. It was a scruffy collection of buildings built and adapted over the centuries in which the law courts, parliament, and some governmental functions competed for space and prestige. Grace and favour lodgings were also squeezed in wherever space could be found. Thus, much of the palace's appearance was due to those who occupied the lodgings, maintained the palace's infrastructure, or who supplied the materials used in the constant rounds of repairs and alterations which were ongoing continuously across the site and found in the records of the Office of Works. Many of those individuals who contributed to its appearance were women, and we will be discussing just a few of them today. And what we very much want to do is to use these women to open up a wider discussion of what it means to discuss a building that is a major landmark, which was in itself an accretion of smaller changes over time, and to consider it as a complex, indeed almost a city in its own right, this walled collection of buildings.
Okay, I might need to move a bit. Yeah. Oh, is that? Yeah. Okay, so our paper today builds on work that's already been done on women's wider engagement with Westminster and the built environment. It's a reminder of the ways in which women were able to subvert male-dominated spaces to their own ends, and how their presence shaped and was shaped by the buildings. Through study of the social world of the palace, political and social historians have demonstrated that Westminster was not solely a male space, and that it was accessible to women, albeit on deeply unequal and contested terms. In contrast, architectural histories of the Palace of Westminster have been much slower to recognize the role of women of different social classes in shaping the built environment of the palace. The architectural history has largely been written as the achievements of male masons and architects on specific major projects. Think of William Herland's famed 14th century hammer beam roof of Westminster Hall, or the work of Charles Barry in creating the modern landmark that's the Houses of Parliament in the 1850s. Women don't appear in the traditional story, but they were there.
In this paper, we want to draw attention to the two distinctive elements that meant that women did shape the public appearance of the collection of buildings that made up the Palace of Westminster before the fire in 1834 that I've already mentioned, which necessitated Charles Barry's rebuilding. The palace on the eve of the fire was not a conventionally architecturally significant space, despite the efforts of major architects such as Christopher Wren and John Soane. However, as a significant urban landmark and major public building, its built form is of considerable interest. The first element is its haphazard nature, with adaptation and reuse of older buildings absolutely key to its architectural appearance. Underneath the late 18th century facades lay medieval buildings, shaped by centuries of adaptation to meet new needs as the palace changed from a medieval royal home to the home of Parliament and the law courts. It was a site of continuous construction that crucially lacked centralized control over architectural decisions. This therefore created space for women to participate in building their environment. The second element to be discussed today is that these buildings were consistently a home for some of those who worked for the major public institutions and, crucially, their families. Women worked alongside male family members within this quite closed social world to maintain the buildings used by Parliament and the courts. Women shaped their own dwellings within the palace, as we will discuss later, and they were among those who supplied materials to the ever-ongoing works. By taking a slightly different view both of women's architectural roles and of the Palace of Westminster itself, we can therefore write women back into the history of the architectural creation of England and then later Britain's political hub before the 19th century.
Women were employed as labourers alongside men at Westminster throughout our period. In common with practices found across Europe, they most often feature as labourers tasked with the transportation of materials and debris to and from building sites. The sporadic references to them in the building accounts of the old palace reveal the temporary nature of much of their work. Women such as Sarah Reynolds, who carried loads of timber between Scotland Yard and the palace in 1660, featured only once, whereas others persisted longer, such as Anne Crossman, providing for the carriage of lime throughout April and May of 1663. Many of the women in these roles were widows who had inherited their husbands' occupations. In many cases, the only information that we have for these women is their name, and if we're lucky, a note of their marital status. Others gained work upon recommendation of family connections. In December 1698, the future auditor of the receipt of the Exchequer, Charles Montague, had written to the Office of Works in support of Deborah Bushell's continued employment as a carter, transporting soil away from Whitehall, and commended her as, quote, capable for the performance of the role. Bushell originally acquired the role through her father-in-law, a former head labourer for the works, and the need for intervention for the continuation of her role from Montague suggests the dispensability of female labour without a structure in support of it. That same year, an entrepreneurial request to Christopher Wren, Surveyor General, for the construction of a smaller shed in Scotland Yard for Anne Dyke to sell herbs to sustain herself following her unemployment in the wake of her master's death was dismissed. The annotation on the request is merely a scrawled note that reads, "Not allowed." Anne Dyke at least tried to make her mark on the palace's built environment. And these examples of female employment by the Office of Works at the Palace of Westminster and neighbouring Whitehall evidence both the accessibility of this work to women of lower status and also its transient nature, particularly where it lacked some form of familial or patriarchal support.
Women were also suppliers of the material used within the constant repairs to the buildings and might be given contracts that made them part of the ongoing efforts to keep the palace usable. The single best documented evidence of this comes from the medieval building campaign within the palace, which is the 70 years of stop-start efforts to complete the Gothic St. Stephen's Chapel from 1292 to 1363, which has a near-complete run of accounts. And women suppliers feature relatively frequently in those accounts, often widows in the city of London who had taken over their male family members' businesses after their deaths. For example, the scaffolding for the project in the 1340s was supplied by Agnes Laetitia, who had taken over the long-running contract held by several men of the same surname for the previous 20 years. Her relationship to those men is not clear, but she is clearly related to them. This theme is still present in the 18th century, when the slate roofs of 3 buildings within the palace were repaired between 1706 and 1724 by the widow Anne Brown, who now ran her late husband's business as a slater. These craftswomen then are glimpses of how the palace's environment is part of the wider story of the building trades across this long period and the ways in which the household economy and women's contribution to it obscure their work.
And Westminster, it's crucial to remember, was also a residence throughout this period. Women worked in domestic roles within the palace for both the Houses of Commons and the House of Lords, and in the private residences of the various officials charged with maintaining and regulating the spaces. Within the households of private residences, women worked as domestic workers to maintain the smooth running of day-to-day life. For example, the Auditor of the Exchequer, Robert Pye's household, had 3 maidservants, Mary Box, Ellen Thomas, and Anne Fairfax. They formed part of the interconnected community at the palace, with Mary Box's husband Henry also working on site as a paver, and Anne Fairfax had joined the household following a previous stint working in the household of the Under-Treasurer of the Exchequer, which had been cut short following a dispute with a serving man over a breached promise of marriage. These women were responsible for maintaining the condition and running of the auditor's grand residence at the heart of the Palace of Westminster. Elizabeth Hallam Smith and Mary Tagliacchi have illuminated women's occupations in Parliament, including the posts of housekeeper to the Lords and the Commons. The office holder here was appointed by the Lord Chamberlain on behalf of the Crown, and they were responsible for the security of the house. The role had been monopolised by male members of the Wynyard family until 1690, when Anne Insledon succeeded to her father John Wynyard's position as Lord's housekeeper alongside her husband. The position included the right to a suite of rooms neighbouring the Lord's chamber, consisting of 4 rooms, cellars, a wash house, and a garden. When the couple acquired the lodgings in 1705, they were reputedly sizable, yet in poor condition. They seem to have deteriorated only further over the course of the century, as the petition of Margaret Quam for grant of the office in 1789, after it had lain vacant for 2 years, expressly stipulated that the lodgings be renovated as a condition of her employment due to their, quote, most ruinous condition.
In addition to the ways in which women were responsible for the maintenance and appearance of the palace, they also appear to have had a role in designing some of the more obvious some of the buildings. In the surviving 16th century cloisters, which are one of just 3 fragments remaining in the 19th century palace of the pre-1834 palace, the single most prominent device across the heraldry, which covers the entirety of the roof, is the badge of Catherine of Aragon, the pomegranate, suggesting a possible major patronage role for the Queen in the last years of the palace's royal occupation before it's abandoned in the next generation. As you can see on the slide here, Catherine's heraldry is contrasted with that of her husband. The boss here shows a castle for Castile on a bed of pomegranates, her personal badge, and it sits close by the arms of England with the Tudor supporters of a dragon and greyhound, very much Henry VIII's arms. The Tudor rose is also prominent in the central boss in the same cloister walk. But it is the grounds of the vaulting, so the decoration around the bosses, which perhaps are most interesting, because the rose appears regularly, but the pomegranate is worked across 6 other bosses and in many of the surrounding smaller decorations. Catherine of Aragon is not usually associated with the kind of religion of the Palace of Westminster. She is very much associated with the observant Franciscans at Greenwich Palace further down the river. Yet the cloisters and the small chapel of St. Mary the Pew within the palace, close by, may have had important resonances that are suggestive for Catherine and her sense of the dynasty she had joined. St. Mary the Pew was the home of a small Marian cult based on an image of the Virgin given to it by Edward III. This image, known as Our Lady of Pity or Our Lady of the Pew, seems to have been the focus of attention for women seeking successful pregnancies and childbirth. Certainly, Catherine's mother-in-law, Elizabeth of York, had included Our Lady of the Pew in her many offerings to Marian shrines during her final and ultimately deadly pregnancy in 1502-3. The cloisters, from just a decade later, circa 1515, it is thus very tempting to see the presence of the pomegranate as a reflection of the Queen's prayers for a living male heir after the death of Prince Henry, reflected in a space which strongly commemorated the long royal presence at Westminster, which included both the arms of Edward III and the palace's founder, Edward the Confessor, alongside the current royal arms of Catherine's then husband. Ironically, for Tudor history, the cloisters were then altered and lavishly redecorated so that Henry VIII could watch the coronation feast of Catherine's successor, Anne Boleyn, in 1533. So they go from one queen to the other.
Much later, in the 17th century, a widow occupied a house in the palace and made it her own. Widows worked in a variety of domestic roles at the palace, but they were also able to successfully exercise their economic independence to hold and shape property. The case of Prudence Willis is an excellent example of this. She retained a comprehensive suite of lodgings known as Star Chamber House For 16 years following the death of her husband, Richard Willis, under steward of the Star Chamber in 1658. Prudence's ability to keep this desirable property was due to circumstance, but also her tenacity. The Star Chamber Court had been dissolved earlier in 1640, reducing the pertinence of Richard Willis's role. Following its dissolution, the courtrooms were intermittently used for meetings of committees, but the role of understeward declined in importance, as is clear from the failure to appoint a successor to the role following Richard's death. The property had originally been part of the grant of her husband's office in 1629 for the duration of his life, so his family had no claim to the house after his death. Yet the lack of successor to his role presented an opportunity which Prudence was able to seize upon. She fought for the lease of the house, petitioning for over 2 years, despite initial dismissal that it was, quote, by no means fit to grant the lease of the Star Chamber house, which is of daily use to His Majesty, who is not to be made a tenant of his own house and inheritance. Her campaign was ultimately successful, and she continued to live at the lodgings with her 3 daughters, Sophia, Magdalene, and Elizabeth, for a fee of £20 per annum. Prudence held the property under this lease until her death in February 1674.
And we know quite a lot about this house thanks to the 1650 parliamentary survey at the Star House property, which reveals her command of a sizable suite of lodgings adjoining the gatehouse. And that's the drawing from 1808 of what the buildings looked like at that point. But what we know it had, we know that it was at the heart of administrative space in the palace, neighbouring the lodgings of Robert Packer, Usher of the Exchequer, and also the council chamber, which in 1673 was then redesigned as offices for the Exchequer. The Willis lodgings, the 1650 survey tells us, consisted of kitchen and parlour facilities on the ground floor, 4 chambers on the first story, including a large dining room, quote, well wainscoted from the top to the bottom, and 7 further chambers on the second floor. The survey tells us it was a very pleasant and commodious habitation, richly decorated with silver plate, arras hangings, and a curtain taffeta bed inherited from Richard Willis's father. The site also extended down to the waterside with a garden 51 feet long and 42 feet wide, which had quince trees, flowers, and herbs, with arbors and walks leading down to the water steps by the river.
Details of life in this female-dominated household are elusive, yet Prudence's influence on the maintenance of the site can still be detected. Throughout her widowhood, works at the lodgings were continuous. In 1667, extensive works were carried out at the site to rebuild the garden walls, set up new doors, and replace the rafters and tiling. Assorted maintenance works continued right up to her death, with a final major project in May 1673, where old stone was repurposed in ashlars and set into the wall between her garden and the Thames. These works were incredibly costly, but interestingly, they were funded at public expense. And this is one of the reasons why we have so many records of the house and the works that occurred at them. It's difficult in this period to discern authority over design, but there are examples of other people living at the palace who were making decisions and specific commissions from the Office of Works. These interventions suggest that there was scope for personal influence over design at the palace. In the case of Prudence Willis, the accounts reveal a marked increase in works at the lodgings in the 1660s, and of these, they vary in being identified as pertaining to the Star Chamber lodgings and to Mrs. Willis. The specific identification of ownership may indicate Prudence's hand, and at the very least, they demonstrate her successful transformation of the property following her husband's death, from Star Chamber House to the home of Prudence Willis.
And to conclude, I'm just going to say, no, this is the final slide. To conclude, in many ways, the Palace of Westminster was a decentralized city unto itself. And its long history is very much one in which women are found contributing to the appearance and maintenance of its buildings across a wide range of involvements, from their presence in the workforce through to potentially having significant designing roles in particular areas of the palace, never across the entire site, but always very specific. Their presence was, I think, subversive and not always welcomed by the men who controlled the Office of Works and who authorized or not, in the case of Anne Dyke, individuals' presence within the palace community, such as the unlucky case of the flower seller. To develop this preliminary analysis further, I think we need to integrate these anecdotal accounts of women's presence and involvement at Westminster into a wider picture, both of changes in women's involvement with architecture and with their involvement with Parliament and the law courts over this period. Thank you.
Thank you for this intervention. Good team. You have a good team. You are a good team, and very nice the presentation. Well, we have finished the first part of this session, women building in the city, with 3 presentations, and we have a coffee break now for 30 minutes or 15 minutes, and after we continue with Nicoletta Marconi and Gul Kale, and after we have a discussion at 6 o'clock, more or less, with these 5 intervention. Okay, 30 minutes for the coffee break. 13 or 15? No, 15. This is the second part of the session, Women Building the City. And we have the presentation of Nicoletta Marconi. Nicoletta Marconi, professore all'Università degli Studi di Roma Tor Vergata. The title is Unexpected Presences Women Workers on 16th to 18th century Roman building sites.
Thank you. Good evening. I would like to thank the organizers for the invitations and the presentation of Maria Elena Diez. The presence of women in Roman and Latium building sites in the pre-modern age was not episodic. In the 16th and 17th centuries, in keeping with the widespread medieval operating custom, female workforce was an indispensable resource for reducing production costs and sustaining many families. Yet, for a long time, preconceptions about gender led most to believe that activities related to the construction of architecture were the exclusive prerogative of men. And this is both because of the physical commitment required and the inevitable promiscuity inherent in the building site. This has caused an almost total obliteration, even iconographic, of the female role in the building professional memory. The omission of women from the building site description has remote origin. Writers of the early modern age, while admitting female participation in some trades related to the art of building, considered only some of them acceptable, as they were deemed more suited to the female physique, while others, huge, rough, sorry for my English, and not in line with a widespread and enduring idea of women, were silenced and forgotten. The historical truth is that building sites have welcomed many female workers employed in different roles. There is a similar, There is a similar silence in the treatises, where the practice of architecture from Alberti onward was conjugate exclusively in the masculine form. On the other hand, contemporary historiography, even that related to the history of architecture and construction, has only recently shown the real contribution made by women. As documented in the public and private construction sites of several French, Swiss, Flemish, and Spanish cities, the presence of women is attested as early as the 13th century in subsidiary jobs, assistant masons, material carriers, and so on. Although often with salaries reduced by 50% compared to those received by men. The distinction is due to a pervasive prejudice which for a long time has diminished women's work, considered to be of low or almost no specialization. Non vanno via. Ecco, one and okay. Okay, sorry. Female construction work in Italy is documented since the 13th century from Messina to Pavia. It's important to specify, however, that while several women worked on a day labor basis in the Siena Cathedral building site, no women appeared in the Milan Cathedral and Florence Cathedral sites. Yet, despite this, the Opera of Santa Maria del Fiore in Florence was taken as a model for the establishment of the Fabbrica of St. Peter's in Vatican in 1506. The building occupation contributed to emancipation of women's status in Rome and Papal States, despite their prolonged exclusion from corporate organizations. This was due not so much to a form of prejudice, but rather to a further competition on the job by men, especially in the construction sites of Rome. Women's employment also affected the sphere of production and transporting of building materials, as documented in some early 16th century Milanese notarial documents relating to the brick trade, as well as the activity of several fornaciare, as a bricks supplier, operating in the Papal States. In the city of Gaeta, for example, between 1449 and 1453, a woman supplied materials to the castle building site by her boats. The female work is also documented in the Fabric of St. Peter's, one of the most open and avant-garde institutions of the time. The work of numerous female masons, both in public and private sites of Rome and Lazio, is now known. From the Pamphili building site of Nettuno and Van Montone to those of Barberini family in Palestrina and Monterotondo, several women were hired to dig and carry rubble and stones, build walls, and pack lime. The Vatican building site was no different. The Fabrica distinguished itself not only by the presence of women, but also by the adoption of a welfare policy unusual for the time, based on the adoption of special measures to support workers and their families. So the Vatican clerical apparatus opened to the women, showing not only an adherence to position already established in Europe, but also unusual sensibility. The Fabrica's welfare included compensation for those who, due an accident, were found to be unable to work, but also aid to the families of any victims. This could be monetary annuities, or they could be converted into the employment of widows, daughters, and sons, with roles and salaries already assigned to their relatives. Women were thus offered the same job opportunities as men, free of gender prejudice. Sorry. Thanks to this openness, daughters and widows of San Pietrini were also able to take over the activities of their relatives and continue in the management of workshops and small family enterprises. More generally, Latium's construction sites reveal a labor-intensive activity that granted women freedom of expression, as well as the opportunity to engage and establish themselves independently. Several women collaborated in the building of the Fabrica and Fabrica of St. Peter's and in its decoration. Among others, I recall the women who supplied the Vatican yard with iron, wood, stone, and bricks, as well as the glaziers Giovanna Iafrate. By testamentary disposition of her husband, Alessandro Agostino Luzzi, Giovanna inherited the family glazier's workshop on Via dell'Olmo in Rome and its precious work tools. Upon her husband's death in 1974, Giovanna began her work at the Fabrica, documented until 1737. Her duties included replacing different size plates of glass and 112 panes in the windows of the Great Dome's drum. It may be that Giovanna personally carried out some of this work, assisted maybe by her sons or the Fabrica's worker, or perhaps she was limited to supplying glass. What is certain, however, is the difficult to hard job of a hard job that required operational and entrepreneurial skills. While women were present in the fabricas in small numbers compared to the male contingent, their remuneration was not differentiated. This is also documented in the relations between the fabrica and its suppliers, among whom there was a large female presence. Pacifica de Cocharis, for example, associated her activity as a barrel maker with that of transporting travertine for the quarries of Tivoli. The transport of travertine was entrusted to an efficient service of boats and carts with differentiated capacities and conformations. Transport was contracted out to operators who made it a profitable business, investing in the purchase of vehicles and draft animals. It's necessary to point out that 1 cart of carting stone corresponded to about 1 ton. So the carriage of Tiburtine stone also involved the strenuous operations of moving the heavy blocks of stone with levers, winches, ropes, and muscle power, which Pacifica was able to practice with the aid of a single worker. The essentiality of equipment makes explicit the effort and commitment required of the women carters, some of whom operated without any help. Antonina da Pozzo supplied the travertine from Tivoli quarries to the St. Peter sites using 2 cars she owns. Similarly, Marta Monzino transported travertine from the river on Tiber to St. Peter's. Upon her husband's death in 1565, thanks to the Fabrica's aid, Marta could continue to supply travertine and make use of equipment necessary for loading and unloading of stone. Mi sa che c'è un errore, ok. Sorry. Sì. Similar effort was expended by the women in charge of transporting timber. Porzia Cenci delivered large quantities of wood for the St. Peter Great Dome construction, as did Lucrezia Citara, who completed the supply of timber for dome's ribs and its scaffolding. Other women provided plaster, lime, bricks, and iron. Attilia Di Vincenzo supplied marble power for the stuccos of the great cornice under the dome. Giulia Rigoni supplied the heavy iron bars for the rims in the great dome, and several thousand pounds of iron of bars, wedges, and chain. A certain Camilla provided a plaster to make the floor under the papal chair, so-called cathedra. Another Camilla, owner of a brick factory in August 1545, was paid for supplying several thousand bricks to the Fabrica. Archival evidence regarding the presence of female masons in the construction site of St. Peter is rare, but they are documented in other construction sites in Papal States, from the Marques to Latium Fiefdom, from Caperola to Segni, in which the work of several masonesses is recorded until the early 19th century. Other evidence comes from Abruzzo, more specifically from Ortona, acquired by Margherita of Austria in 1582, and under the control of the Farnese family and the Kingdom of Naples. In 1755, records of the church and oratory of Santa Margherita, directed by architect Giuseppe Campoli, attest to the work of Giacomo di Vitale, Innocenza Baldone, and Fioralba Casanova, busy for 27 days in transporting the soil and extracting water. Public and private building sites resulted exceptional work opportunities for the inhabitants, for the towns involved. In Segni, the reconstruction of the cathedral began in 1626, was a good work opportunity for several women, assigned mainly to the transportation of materials and waters. For example, a certain Giuliana and the daughter of Battista Barbera were employed to transport excavated soil, empty wells, and sift the pozzolana. Recruitment are here as in other freedoms was based on direct knowledge and family ties. However, despite their substantial contribution, the tasks assigned to women are rarely specified, and their salaries mostly reduced by 50% compared to those of men, and recorded simply as Women's Day. Other female workers are documented in Pamphili building site in Montefortino, now Artena. In Montelanico, some were paid to assist the masons, handing them stones, lime, and water. In Valmontone, where 31 women were continuously employed on the construction site of the Pamphili Palace. Similarly, in the fiefdom of Palestrina, acquired in 1630 by Pope Urbano VIII Barberini, important buildings were erected and was several masoness worked. Records of work performed in early 18th century at the monastery of Sant'Andrea in Palestrina, financed by Cardinal Francesco Barberini Jr., attest to the presence at the least 6 women with salaries and rule equal to those of men. Their jobs included carrying heavy materials and even the dangerous extinguish of lime, which exposed the workers to severe burns. Costanza Prioreschi and other women were in charge of extinguish lime and transporting tiles. Agata Coccia was paid for transporting tiles, bricks and stones, while Antonia Biancucci and Marta Di Giulio attended at transporting rubble out of the building site. There were not occasional jobs, but real engagement, which involved a commitment of working hours identical to that of men, even in the real construction works. In this regard, it is important to highlight that in 1734, female masons Flavia Martinucci, Maria Rosignolo, and Maria Antonia Cenci are among the executors of main masonry work. However, the parity of salaries was not a constant measure even in the city of Palestrina. Records from the years at the half of 17th century relating to the building site of the Church of Santa Rosalia in Barberini Palace attest the different payments of women in charge to quarry and take away soil and rock, were paid 10 baiocchi per day, while men assigned to the same task received 20 baiocchi per day. Built on commission by Prince Maffeo Barberini and designed by architect Francesco Contini, the church was founded partly in the living rock of the Ginestro Hill and partly in the ancient substructures of the ancient sanctuary of Fortuna. The execution of the foundation works turned out to be a very arduous and laborious affair, involving the demolition by pickaxes of large portions of rocks. Barberini documents refer to the cutting of the rocks in the tribune of the church, carried out by 2 stonemasons, 2 pickaxers, and several women involved in quarrying and removal soil and rocks. Even in the later phases of the construction of a sacristy and deposit room, men and women attended jointly to this strenuous earthwork, receiving similar remuneration, as also documented for other men and other women employed in the work and at the garden at the Villa Barberini in the same city of Palestrina. Women's activity turns out to be defined not by being, but by doing, both in the Vatican building site and in a few other rare virtuous cases. Yet, women's participation in architectural construction remains historiographically invisible. While the history of construction has not been an exclusively male domain, women's contributions depended on interaction with men and specific convenience. The building profession was certainly hard, but not so heavy as to be impractical for a woman. Moreover, it did not involve a long and expensive apprenticeship or specific organization, make it adequate for the need of many mothers and daughters. Their gradual estrangement from Roman and Lazio sites, ironically documented since the French Revolution, depended on an ideological objection rather than the physiological or genetic reasons. Nevertheless, all over the world, in all eras, the construction industry has welcomed the work of resolute and determined women, which took them to carry the stone and bricks, extinguish lime, sifting pozzolana, and even erecting scaffolding. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nicoletta Marconi. It's a pleasure to listen to you. And the last presentation is Gul Gale, Women and as Shapers of Special Practice in Ottoman Istanbul. She's from Carleton University, Canada. Is online? No?
Yes. Can you hear me?
You can share. You can share the presentation. Gul Gale?
Yes, I'm sharing it already.
Okay. No. Okay. Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah,
Can I
okay.
see it?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Perfect. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much for organizing this exciting conference. I wish I were there with you, but I particularly would like to thank Shelley Roth for this exciting opportunity. So my presentation is titled Women as Shapers of Spatial Practices in Ottoman Istanbul. The role of women in shaping spatial practices in the pre-modern Ottoman world is still an understudied area. Whereas the architectural patronage of women in courtly circles have been widely examined and studies on women's contributions as laborers have gained momentum, as we just heard, women's interventions to shape spatial practices as regular residents, homeowners, or founders of small-scale charitable institutions in Istanbul haven't been sufficiently explored. This is often in our field due to the fact that pre-modern court records of the Ottoman Empire often excluded detailed accounts of women's agency. But when read closely, these records can shed light on how women tried to adjust the layouts of buildings, such as building or demolishing wooden fences on walls or windows, or decided about their properties' specific uses by tenants both during or after their lifetime. For example, there is a case between Havva Hatun and Fatime Hatun in Kocabaşı, Elvan neighborhood in Istanbul. Hawa Hatun built a small house with windows on all three sides. But Fatima Hatun complained that the private sections of their house were visible from these windows and requested the placement of wooden shutters. This is significant to show that it is not always men asking the neighbors to place screens to prevent from praying eyes into their houses, particularly into women's sections. Rather, this is a concern for women to protect their realms and secrecy as well. So they obviously wanted to be able to go out into the courtyard freely and open their windows, hence took their cases to the court. Women of the Ottoman court were already active in the social realm. In Üsküdar, for example, Büyük Valide Sultan built an emirate to feed male and female inmates of the local lepers lodge. Their activities served as a model for other women in the Ottoman society. Modern means of these women from less privileged backgrounds, however, didn't produce elaborate mosques or complexes. Yet, recent studies shed light on their activities in daily life and contributions to the foundation of endowments. Hence, their acquisition of property has often been underlined. In this paper, I will introduce a special dimension to these social, economic, historical studies that will go beyond a mere concern for financial possessions. This paper will argue that their critical reading might reveal the means by which women controlled the use of the built environment and their efforts to protect their spatial and social rights. But how can we approach early modern settlements, built and natural environments, through considering the role of women in shaping spaces despite the lack of detailed historical records? And more specifically, how can we trace the stories and agencies of women by reading between the lines of official records in conjunction with architectural history? I will particularly focus on what can be deduced from court records regarding women's indirect support for learning, an area which has often excluded women's participation and patronage. As examined by historians, in addition to the mosque and bathhouse, the court was another public realm that women frequented for various reasons. These studies challenged the observations of foreign travelers to the empire who claimed that women had no visibility, agency, or presence in the society. Such an active involvement in decision-making processes at the court regarding the function of places underscores women's conscious attempts to be effective agents regarding the ethical uses of architecture with a concern for the common good in the city sphere. I will look at some endowment lists which offers insights into women's spatial agency. Court records underline who would be the ideal tenant for a certain type of a building. Thus, a few selected cases aim to illuminate women's hidden histories and their agency in pre-modern architectural history. Considering the challenges of writing women's lived experiences within the lack of records, women's multisensory spatial experiences and their engagement with their environment present difficulties. And the reasons of their scarcity and how one can write their histories against the odds are complex, and I will not explore them here today. It has already been questioned in various areas from poetry, diaries, historical accounts. However, some court records that I will mention will become illuminating for my questions when read along with other cultural and social histories. Although these records were produced by the state, I will read them by reversing the focus to present a different view on dwellings related to women's history and agency in knowledge production. I will argue that there is an underlying desire by women to regulate the use of their spaces, although they are not expressed openly, hence demands interpretations. Women's attempts ranging from bestowing their properties to the use of the scholarly community to defining the prayers and fees of the overseers who would be praying for their soul can be read as a willpower of women. We can deduce that whether it concerned a kiosk or a tiny room in a lodge, these women tried to be active in shaping spatial practices by deciding to whom they rented their homes, to who would benefit from funds derived from their possessions. Court records shed light on the types of activities that women's involvement in the selling, renting, and endowing rooms, houses, or other spaces produced and encouraged. It has been suggested that, quote, the tangible property endowed by women during the 16th and 17th centuries has shown that close to 37% of the foundations in Istanbul alone were established by women, end of quote. And as Zilfi argues, foundations were used by men and women to protect their wealth and property from being seized by the state. But more than a concern for controlling material possessions, which was indeed necessary to assure their autonomy and power in a patriarchal society, these women also controlled how they will be used based on sociocultural and ethical concerns. Conversely, they would have an impact on the atmosphere and quality of the space. As Şenocak notes, quote, from the vakfiyes belonging to different Ottoman royal women, female patrons of religious complexes in Istanbul, like their male relatives, allocated funds towards ensuring that the places within the city that were associated with their piety and patronage were sweet-smelling and evocative of paradise, and olfaction was recognized as one of the several sensorial options for royal women in Istanbul, end of quote. In addition to concern for supporting pious deeds and the desire to keep places pleasing for the senses, some cases also suggest that they consciously try to support scholarly endeavors, which presents women as patrons of learning, even though they perform this role indirectly, as we will see. There are many accounts that show how women left behind possessions to support various social practices and groups. These records disclose that it was important for them to assure the ethical conduct that would be deriving from the funds they provided through their possessions and properties. For example, in 1670-71, Zamane Hatun prepared an endowment for the use of her property after she was deceased. In her endowment, she notes that after her beneficiaries ended, her property consisting of one upper and one lower level rooms, storage, a courtyard, 2 latrines, a water well, and a garden, to be occupied by a member of the scholarly class, ulema group, in need without fees, such as a student from the neighborhood. In return, she requested that they will be praying after her and her son regularly. If conditions changed, she asked that only a virtuous person in need should occupy the space. The desire to have a member of the scholarly class as a tenant for her endowment suggests that Zamane Hatun wanted to support learning, which was common among the wealthy patrons. Yet, in this case, a woman from modest grounds leaves a will to assure that her residence would serve as a space of learning by supporting a scholar, particularly a medrese student, a university student of the time, who needed accommodations to continue studies. The Ottoman house, hane, shouldn't be evaluated according to our modern notion of home, which is associated with privacy. According to Murphy, quote, the private sphere was never physically removed from the penetration of the public. Thus, a room or hane could be a workspace as well. This means that the students or scholars would meet for conversations and write their books there in these spaces. In another case, in 1609, Ayşe Hatun endowed her bedhouse. She decided that after she was deceased, the income from her bed should provide stipends for students and professors residing in the rooms of the Darul Hadith founded in Medina. In return, she asked that they prayed for her soul during the Hadith lessons in the school property. This record also places women among the patrons of learning, although they didn't commission books or established extensive libraries. Yet without proper support or conditions to continue one's education, most scholars wouldn't be able to pursue knowledge at a time when entry to judgeship or becoming a professor at a university, medrese, the main source of scholars' regular income, became too competitive around these times. In 16th, 17th centuries, students of learning at the lower levels in the university were in constant search of support for their learning and studies. During for example, the circumcision festival organized by Murat III for his son, a group of students showed up to seek support for their learning from the ruling elite, quote, some of them showed up dragging their mattresses behind them, end of quote. But this public procession should be also read as a call for help from the general public who could support them through endowments. This demonstrates the ongoing anxieties of the students in the late 16th century. Many medrese graduates were known to write and produce manuscripts, copies of their books as their livelihood. On other occasions, they produced manuscript copies of other books as offerings to their colleagues. The association of writing a book for pious deeds was widespread among the Ottomans. At the same time, any charitable act to support the writing of books was acknowledged as piety and generosity, two main virtues. The moral stories of an eminent figure called Abu Hanife, the founder of the Hanafi school of law, were frequently retold, for example. According to the story, Abu Hanife wrote a book and acquired money in exchange. The story suggests that since the book had a pure source, which was the scholar's learning, the money eventually ended up in the hands of a student in search of knowledge, which would be one of the biggest pious acts. Based on women's desire to bequeath their properties for the use of scholarly groups, hence their activities, there is no reason to think that they were not aware of this common understanding and traditional learning and desired to help that to continue. In 1767, Havva Hatun requested that her property would be occupied by Abdullah Efendi, a member of the scholarly class. The beneficiaries would recite the prayers each day, giving its reward to the soul of her. The other condition was to recite another very famous prayer every year. Likewise, the house owned by the foundation of Meryem Hatun was specified to be inhabited by the scholar Ahmed Efendi. In the same way, the house that belonged to the foundation of Kamer Hatun was requested to be allocated to a respectable scholar in a court decree dated 1695. And Mustafa Efendi, another member of the scholarly class, indicated that he was in need and was given this dwelling. The same house, actually, which we can trace, was bequeathed to the scholars later on and given to the professors Selim Efendi. In 1709, Kamer Hatun also prepared an endowment to decide who would be using her property and for which purposes. She orders that a part of her property should be used by 3 women. Thus, it was crucial to decide where the money gained from one's land would be spent, who would benefit from that, and how their spaces would be used. Leslie Pierce notes that while appreciating material goods for family and social well-being, the Ottomans, quote, disapproved of undisciplined materialism, end of quote. This underscored the importance of giving as well as receiving and concealing as much as displaying. This, quote, moral imperative philanthropy, end of quote, was governed by a, quote, ethical rule of ethical proportion. It indicated the need to circulate and share one's wealth through charity and patronage to balance the acquisition of possessions. In 1730, Ayşe Hatun requested in her endowment deed that the income from the foundation will definitely be spent on the people in need, and Fatima Hatun endowed the income from her land to the poor of Medina. These women were consciously taking part in this ethical contact and tried to apply this understanding into practice through their endowments. In conclusion, court records indicate that there was a conscious attempt by women to decide how their foundations would be beneficial to the community. The emphasis is often on supporting the poor, the scholars, students, orphans, and women in their families. But why would women care about who used their spaces? This condition suggests that they were aware of the implications of the appropriate use of a space to assure ethical conduct. And these ethical concerns related to architecture come to the forefront in their decision-making processes. Support for learning being one of the virtues valued by the society, they partook in this social practice and gave shape to the spatial practices. Whereas the patronage of women to support learning through commissioning books is less visible, they participated in this tradition by donating their houses for the use of scholars who needed a dwelling, which would become workspaces or sites of knowledge production simultaneously. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ulkel. Please remain with us for the discussion. I don't know if Mariana de Moura is connected. I don't know. Okay, thank you. I will now discuss some points for the debate, and then I will start the discussion with some questions. Please note that Barry Stiefel won't be able because he has lessons. Since we find ourselves in the city of Rome, names like Michelangelo, Giacomo della Porta, Borromini, Bernini come to mind. This perception of city being built and designed by male architects and urban planners is not unique to Rome. It's a common notion worldwide. Even the names of streets typically evoke a deeply masculine image, except for those few with female saints' names. Palaces, too, are often named after men. Recent research has revealed that many buildings and works of art may have women behind them. In Rome itself, Consuelo Lollobrigida was the first to rescue architect Plautilla Bricci from obscurity. However, most women have been overlooked in historiography or not considered as promoters of architecture. This also extends beyond patronage. Women who work on site and ultimately contribute to the city's construction have also not been recognized. These sessions aims to definitely change our perspective by getting rid of the exclusively male connotations of our cities. It urges us to recognize that cities were built by both men and women. We must visualize women and reclaim their history by deconstructing the prevailing image that women did not lay the foundations of the city. In this regard, Christine de Pizan's book, The City of Ladies, highlights that when the writer proposed a city built solely by women, it was as much a fiction as the idea that city construction had been solely a men's matter, with women playing no part. As we've seen in this afternoon session, there were women from north to south and east to west, from different social classes. There were enslaved women manufacturing materials, as Barry Stiefel pointed out, or crafts women working on site, as highlighted by Nicoletta Marconi's meticulous and well-documented research. Across different times and cultures, from the Westminster palaces, analyzed by Elizabeth Big and Kirsty Wright, to Ottoman Istanbul, described by Google Kale. From 19th century industrial and commercial buildings in the United States, as indicated by Barry Stiefel, to the vernacular architecture of current quilombos in the Minas Gerais region of Brazil, studied by Mariana de Moura. Despite differences, it appears to have been a constant. It's not an exception in the history of architecture. And in fact, we could extend this reflection to prehistory. Techniques like fingerprint analysis help us discover that there were women and children of both sex in the Rufinyak caves. When Mariana de Moura speaks of vernacular tradition, we must question whether it has been a constant since prehistory, as some researchers have suggested, with both men and women building houses in the Neolithic era. Having said that, I believe there are a few topics that should be given a special attention. The first question or topic: is there social recognition of the work done by these women? Specific for Mariana de Moura, is there positive recognition of women's work in vernacular tradition? Or is their work not acknowledged? The same question could be posed to Gulkale regarding Ottoman women. Is their participation in architecture recognized by naming buildings after them in texts of the time or in the city's memory? In the same vein, the following two questions could be asked. Are Quilombo construction for self-consumption, or do they assist each other in building houses? Is there a shared benefit? This shared benefit seems apparent regarding Ottoman women who did charity work for society, and we must consider whether they had social recognition at that time. The second question or topic, I believe it's essential to note possible changes over time, because in those changes and transitional processes, many questions about women can be unveiled. For example, Nicoletta Marconi notes that these craft women were excluded from trade guilds. I'm unsure if there was an explicit prohibition, I don't know, Nicoletta, or rather an unrecorded but known less practice custom. Have you observed continuity from the 16th to the 18th century, or did some small changes occur in women's work situation, both regarding in relation to laws and attitude transgressions, salary claims? Similarly, Elizabeth Biggs and Kirsty Wright could be asked, given their long chronology for the Westminster palaces, whether they have noticed changes in labor-related issues and greater independence or freedom for women to intervene in architecture. I mention this because sometimes we assume that later periods are more progressive or egalitarian than earlier ones, but sometimes this is not the case. These are two topics, and if you want to start the discussion, we don't have a lot time. But if you don't, if you want to ask this question, Nicoletta, Mariana, Elizabeth, and Christy, and Gulkale.
Thank you for the question. I don't know. I don't know difference between 16 to 17 to early 18th century, but from the end of 18th century, women don't compare in the building site of Rome after the French invasion of Rome. So the revolution and the Illuminism, no. We are also studying this period for comprendere, no? The reasons of this exclusion, the real exit. But until the end of the 18th century, the situation remained the same, both in relazione to the salaries, to the system of recruitments, the same. Some building site show the same salaries, other no, show a difference. But at the end of 18th century, all change.
Yeah. Okay.
Should I answer? Or?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Yes. So I was thinking about the names and the recognition. The names of elite women are obviously very well known. There are mosques, public buildings named after them in Ottoman Istanbul. But in the case of these women who are like more coming from this modest backgrounds in the neighborhoods, first of all, as I mentioned, when they kind of rent their places to scholars, they will also ask for certain prayers. So, for example, in the mosques or in some other gatherings, when there will be prayers, they will be mentioned because it will be for their soul. So that's the kind of a recognition during the gatherings, right? And on the other hand, oftentimes in neighborhoods, people who are like charitable or helping the ones who are in need are recognized and known. Like, this is that person's house, for example. Although obviously the houses don't have names, but within oral culture, they will be recognized and known as this person, for example, as this pious figure.
Mariana de Moura.
Yes, hi. So the question about the recognition, I'm not sure I would name it as positive recognition. I would rather say there are positive outcomes of their participation in this vernacular tradition. I think that for them, in many cases, it doesn't really matter what is the role they're playing within that construction site. They do feel like they are part of it, although sometimes when we read about it, and sometimes when we're experiencing, or when I experienced some conversations wherein men were participating, there was this kind of distinction between women only doing the mud, as if the mud was somehow hierarchically inferior to the other tasks of building the house. But for most of it, I think they do feel not necessarily recognized, but part of it and integrated into the building process. And as for the other question, if they are built for, yes, they're mostly built for self-consumption. There was, of course, this will change. Quilombos are very, very diverse. There are very diverse types of Quilombo communities. And one of the things that interfere with how they are socially integrated is, of course, how much they depend on or not with formal jobs in the city, for instance. So there's this connection between rural and urban contexts that differentiate a lot how the Quilombos work. But in this specific one, there weren't a lot of help in between different families. Families would help within their own nuclear family, but there was no such instance where you would see the tradition of multirões, which are these task force that are very historically known here in Brazil to happen, and which for instance happen a lot in urban contexts, like in favelas. These multirões where you're helping neighbors, later neighbors are helping you outside of this family linkage used to be more common. And so in this Quilombo specifically, the constructions were made by the family themselves and not for any other members.
Thank you, Elisabeth and Kirsty.
Thank you. Is that? Yeah, excellent. In answer to your question about the long time period that we're looking at, it really very much seems as if shifts over time in relation to a variety of factors. So shifting usages of the palace, periods when there's much more pressure on space, then women's involvement might maybe more questioned. So, and like getting pushed out at a moment when someone else wants the space. But we also see very much, it's also periods when officials are more inclined to be running bigger projects, then you might see fewer women. It's women very much are making the space for themselves against other pressure. So it's not getting better or worse over time. It's sort of shifting as other things come together. And one of the major shifts in the palace's history that very much shifts which women are present and how they're using space is around the time of the Reformation in the 1530s, because Henry VIII stopped using the palace as a royal residence, which immediately removes the court context and the women of the court, and then sets off what's for the rest of the century a real struggle over what's the palace going to become, who is going to have space here, who is going to have access, what it's going to be used for. And those shifts really play out over the long term. And then the other moment, which is where we finish, is 1834, when the entire palace burns down. They hold a competition for the rebuilding. Charles Barry wins that contract and then spends the next 20 years building a completely new complex in which there's much less grace and favor housing. There's many fewer people living there, and both in terms of its decoration and in terms of its unity as a site, that then pushes women out even further to the margins. So I'd say what we're seeing is much more contested, much more shifting, perhaps in that sense, much more room for women's agency, because when they see an opportunity, they can move in and take advantage of the decentralized nature of the palace. But it's not a kind of nice progression story.
Is there any question or some reflection? No? Ready?
I have just one minor question for Christy and Elizabeth and for Nicoletta. I am just curious, and this is a very laborious project for both of you, looking at a long time period, looking at these archival documents, and just trying to find the women and understand what's going on. Yet I'm kind of curious to know if you've gotten to the point where you might have an understanding of, let's just say with laborers or with material suppliers, what percentage of men versus women, laborers versus suppliers, is it possible to know?
We haven't done that kind of quantitative work yet. If I was going to wildly generalize some other work I'm doing on women in general records, I'd say I'm seeing about 5 to 10% of entries are women. So we're seeing very small minorities. But in the bigger sense, that actually means we can look at them over long periods of time, because if you look at everyone, it's just an enormous amount of information, an enormous number of names. But if you have a small group, it's much easier then to work with them over a longer period of time. So that, I mean, that's a very, very rough guess based on other financial records that I've been working with.
In my case, it is not clear, this percentage, because in the Fabbrica of St. Peter, for example, the widows of the suppliers are a small number of the great number of suppliers materials for the great building site of St. Peter's. I don't calculate the percent precisely, però is a good solicitation for an analysis for the future. Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there any questions? No. Today we have a long day. It's time to relax. We are in Rome, and it's necessary a little relax. And tomorrow we continue at 9 o'clock. Is okay. We continue in this in the same plan. Okay. Bye bye.